everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Frieren, attribute hero author, hard_worker. Synopsis. Shane wakes up as a 15-year-old nobody in a fantasy world where demons still roam and dungeons swallow the careless whole. No combat training. No magical talent. No money. Just one strange ability. He can see the hidden traits of any magical item, rip them out, and forge them into something stronger. 3 years of digging through junk in dead-end dungeons, and he's finally scraped together gear worth swinging. But when a routine scavenging trip drops him into a sealed chamber that hasn't been opened in 1,000 years, everything changes, starting with the legendary elf mage he pulls out of a mimic. What he finds buried beneath that dungeon rewrites everything he thought he knew about how he got here. His transmigration wasn't random. Someone wanted him in this world. And powerful forces, human and otherwise, have been watching the thread of fate, waiting for his name to appear. Now traveling alongside the most powerful mage alive, armed with abilities he's only beginning to understand and a luck stat he probably shouldn't have gambled on, Shane heads north. Toward answers. Toward enemies who've been planning for him longer than he's been alive. The world thinks the war is over. It isn't. Theme tags, isekai, transmigration, system, attribute trait system, crafting, equipment enhancement, dungeon exploration, male protagonist, overpowered MC progressive, party building. Chapter 1-35, FAH Chapter 1, Stats are a man's romance. In the 19th year of the era of passing, spring. It had been nearly 70 years since the Demon King was successfully defeated. Northern part of the southern nations, the Ramiel region. Inside a room at an inn. The floor was littered with an untidy heap of magic tools beyond counting. Standard longswords, leather pauldrons, hardened leather greaves, fine steel rings. There were all kinds of them, in all kinds of styles, but they all had one thing in common. They were all dull and ashen. At a glance, it was obvious that the magical formulas laid upon them, the so-called enchantments, were probably no longer of much use. In the eyes of adventurers, this was just a pile of worthless junk. But Shane sat right in the middle of that pile of junk. His eyes were shining. He picked up a long sword from the pile, and lines of information that only he could see immediately surfaced before his eyes. Rusted one-handed sword. Status, nearly scrapped. Traits. Fragile grey inferior, the metal has severely deteriorated. Physical attack power is reduced by 50%, and it is extremely likely to break upon impact. Bleeding white common. The rusted, serrated blade is more likely to inflict wounds that are difficult to heal. Bleeding effect increased by an additional 30%. Evaluation. Grey rats, goblins, bugbears, the catgirl waitress at the tavern, this thing has seen the world. Setting down the worldly sword, he picked up another damaged leather pauldron. Moth-eaten leather pauldrons. Status, scrapped. Traits. Perforated white common. The dense spread of tiny moth holes significantly improves breathability. Toughness white common, made from extremely high-quality deer hide and processed with a special tanning technique. Even after long exposure to the elements, it remains remarkably tough. Evaluation. Probably useless for blocking blades, but it might help boost your charisma. At that point, Shane's gaze sharpened, and his mind focused to the limit. The several traits on the sword and pauldron became tangible in his eyes, as though he could reach out and tear them off directly. Extract. At his command, the 3 white traits were peeled away with ease, transforming into 3 tiny white motes of light that hovered in front of him. Bleeding white common. Perforated white common. Toughness white common. Shane raised a hand and rubbed his temples. The swelling ache brought on by the expenditure of mental power always left him feeling miserable. The moment those traits were removed, the 2 worn-out pieces of equipment completely collapsed and gradually vanished. Just like the demonic creatures of this world after death, dissolving into magical particles without a trace. Shane paid it no mind. He focused on controlling the 3 traits, drawing them together into one spot. Attribute reforging. BZZ. An extremely low, faint hum sounded in the air before him. The throbbing in his temples struck again, stronger this time, and even more unpleasant. Shane let out a sigh. My mental power is still too low. I can't manipulate traits too often. Still, at least this wasn't a loss. The original 3 traits disappeared, replaced by a brand new trait that gave off a faint blue glow. Torment Blue Rare, attacks inflict continuous damage, reducing the target's current HP by 1% per second. It had actually succeeded in one go. And it was blue. Not bad. Shane smiled faintly, then drew the sword at his waist. Trait Imbue. The new blue trait instantly flowed into the blade in his hand, and a fleeting streak of blue light flashed across its surface. That should raise my chances of surviving by a little more. He let out a long breath. Then he instinctively rubbed his swollen temples again. He couldn't keep going. If he burned through his mental power without restraint, he might black out on the spot. TCH. That feeling was awful. When he first discovered his golden finger, he had been so swept up in the excitement that he tried too many extractions in a short span. He ended up unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights, nearly getting hauled off to the graveyard by some helpful locals who thought he'd kicked the bucket. Indeed, Shane wasn't a local. This was his 3rd year since transmigrating into this world. In his previous life, Shane had never gone through any great upheaval. He was born into a middle-class family, crammed his way into a decent university, graduated, found a job, enjoyed the blessings of the 996 work schedule, and one morning while rushing to keep his perfect attendance record, he was sent flying 200 meters by a sudden encounter with destiny at a street corner. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in the fantasy world of Frieren, beyond Journey's End, as a 15-year-old novice adventurer. At the beginning, he had panicked. After all, this was a genuine fantasy world with real supernatural power, filled with powerful monsters and savage beasts. And judging by the timeline of the story, at this point the demon generals and the surviving remnants of the 7 Sages of Destruction still hadn't been completely wiped out and were still wreaking havoc across the world. An ordinary person could become cannon fodder at any moment. Fortunately, the mysterious power that dragged him here had a bit of a conscience and had given him an ability that let him handcraft traits. No matter what kind of magical item it was, as long as he focused his mental power, he could identify its exact traits. By spending mental power, he could strip traits away and assign them elsewhere. And if he gathered 3 traits of the same grade, he could reforge them into a random attribute of a higher tier. Of course, reforging had a success rate. Based on his previous attempts, the chance of success was about 50-50. Getting a trait 1 or 2 tiers higher was fairly common. Anything of even higher quality, though, he hadn't managed to roll even once. Still, no matter what, if it could make him stronger, that was always a good thing. Over the past 3 years, he had followed many adventurer parties in and out of low-level dungeons that had already been swept clean countless times, hauling back piles of junk. Picking through that junk and experimenting over and over, he had barely managed to cobble together a few pieces of gear that were at least decent. Well, what else could he do? He was poor. He couldn't afford powerful equipment, so the only option was to make his own. Shane tightened the coarse hemp rope wrapped around the hilt of his sword, gripped it in his hand, and gave it a few light swings, carefully feeling it out. Ordinary standard long sword. Status: intact. Traits: indestructible blue rare, resistant to rust and cannot be destroyed by magic. Heavy strike blue rare, your basic attacks hit with the force of a heavy great axe. Every hit deals great damage. Sharpness blue rare, damage dealt by basic attacks is doubled. Suspect toxin blue rare, attacks have a chance to poison the target, triggering a random toxin. Electrocution blue rare, attacks gain a lightning effect. On hit, they deal additional electric damage and inflict 1 second of paralysis. Deflection field blue rare, summons a chaotic force field that blocks 1 incoming ranged attack. Blade storm blue rare, creates a ring of ghostly blades that instantly sweeps the area around you. Flashbang blue rare, swing the blade to unleash a powerful burst of white light, blinding everything in range for 3 seconds. Torment blue rare, attacks inflict continuous damage, reducing the target's current HP by 1% per second. Evaluation: an ordinary sword. At this point, I should be able to take on some low-level jobs, Like hunting slimes or something, right? Chapter 2, FAH Chapter 2, Mimic. 1,314 words. Shane had two things to do right now. First, he needed to pay the inn bill. Second, he needed to go slay a dragon. Considering his slight tendency to procrastinate, always leaving the troublesome things for last, he decided to go kill the dragon first. Just kidding. How could he possibly kill a dragon? Still, paying for the room really was a pain. Wasn't there something like an adventurer-friendly inn? The kind with free drinks and catgirl waitresses? Sigh. Pushing open the wooden door, the noise from downstairs immediately washed over him. Shane made his way down the stairs. The rich aroma of honey-roasted meat mixed with potato stew filled the air, instantly stirring his appetite. Hey, adventurer kid, you finally came down. The innkeeper leaned against the bar, casually brushing a strand of hair behind her ear as she looked at Shane with a soft, almost melting gaze. Her eyes were full of admiration. She had never realized before that such a handsome young man could exist. Just look at that black hair, smooth as velvet with golden sheen, those deep eyes, sharp features, and skin as pale and delicate as ivory. Aside from being a bit thin, he was practically perfect. But that was fine. Her cooking was quite good. She'd have him filled out and sturdy in no time. Care for some hot milk and bread? Thank you, You're the kindest lady I've ever met. Shane accepted the tray with a polite smile. The innkeeper burst into delighted laughter at the compliment, her chest swaying dramatically, drawing plenty of glances from the surrounding patrons. Feeling several jealous stares boring into his back, Shane downed the warm milk in one go, grabbed the bread, and quickly stepped out of the inn. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble. It was just that the innkeeper's husband was a 2-meter-tall butcher. He had no intention of ruining their marriage. The sun was bright as he walked along the path. Merchant carts creaked over the sandstone road, women carried baskets as they browsed goods on wooden stalls, and the rhythmic clang of hammer on metal echoed from the blacksmith's shop. It was a completely different kind of life from his past world. Shane walked through it slowly, nibbling on his bread as he headed toward the center of town. Before long, a bronze statue came into view. It depicted the party that had defeated the Demon King. The proud hero raising his sword, Himmel. The dwarf warrior in a helmet, Eisen. The tall, smiling priest, Heiter. And the twin-tailed elf girl who looked completely out of the loop, Frieren. Flowers surrounded the statue, and a few children ran around nearby, playing hero and Demon King. Shane stepped past them and stopped in front of the statue. From a corporate slave to an adventurer, he had adapted quickly. Maybe men just weren't meant to be restrained. He had long grown tired of that stagnant, lifeless routine. Walking through another world like this, it was intoxicating. Swords and magic. Adventure and glory. What man wouldn't love that? But constantly living with the fear of being cannon fodder any day now wasn't exactly healthy. So aside from finding ways to grow stronger, he decided to secure some backup, find someone strong to rely on. No shame in that. A man could stand to lean on others a bit. Unfortunately, having only watched the anime, he didn't know the finer details of the story. He vaguely remembered that there was a 20-year gap after the hero's death where nothing much was shown. During that time, Frieren was probably wandering somewhere unknown, impossible to track down. Let's see, in about a year, Frieren will appear in the holy capital of Strahl to visit Heiter. By then, Shane calculated the distance. Head north, cross the Neck Mountains, enter the Central Lands, then follow the golden trade route straight to the holy capital. First things first, he murmured, his gaze drifting past the statue toward the fields beyond the town gates. I need to earn some travel money. Ghost Bastion. A low-level dungeon located north of the town. 70 years ago, during the era of the Demon King's subjugation, it had already been cleared by adventurers. There were no monsters inside. Aside from a few rookie adventurers who came to experience the atmosphere of a dungeon, almost no one set foot in it, making it an excellent place to scavenge for junk. According to the innkeeper, there was a kind of glowing mushroom growing inside, an ingredient used for cocktails. Drinking it supposedly let you see the goddess, making it quite popular. If he could gather some, Both his room fee and travel expenses would be covered. Shane made up his mind and pulled out the pouch at his waist. Clink. 2 copper coins dropped into his palm. Not enough for dried meat, but enough for a few pieces of black bread. A few minutes later, he stepped out of the bakery with a small backpack slung over his shoulders. Not only had he bought enough hard bread for 2 days, but the kind-hearted owner had also stuffed a small handful of dried gooseberries into his bag. Sigh. This face of his was just too well received. The entrance to Ghost Bastion lay beneath a hillside. A wide opening twice the height of a man. Even under the midday sun, the dark hole looked eerie and damp. Shane took a deep breath and stepped inside. It was quiet. Only the occasional chirping of crickets and the damp smell of earth lingered in the air. He traced the stone wall with his hand, moving carefully. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, the interior of the cave gradually came into view. A natural mine. Fragments of unknown ores were embedded in the walls, along with scattered pits and rubble left behind from past excavation attempts, likely from a merchant guild that had once surveyed the area and found nothing of value. He continued deeper. The tunnel began sloping downward. After about half an hour, faintly glowing minerals appeared sporadically along the walls, soft blue, quite beautiful. Shane tried prying one loose, but it wouldn't budge. Shame. Something this pretty would definitely sell well to noble ladies. Soon, he arrived at a space that could almost be called a room. Trash littered the ground. Broken arrows, rusted axes, and all sorts of miscellaneous junk. Shane crouched down and began inspecting them one by one. Gray attribute. Gray attribute. White attribute. After sorting and using attribute reforging, he managed to create a somewhat useful new attribute. Soften green uncommon, makes anything a bit softer. Just a little. Shane casually applied it to a piece of black bread. He squeezed it. Yep. Definitely softer. So scary. Suddenly, a long, muffled scream echoed from deep within the cave. Caught completely off guard, Shane flinched. He quickly drew the sword at his waist, raising it with both hands as he cautiously searched for the source of the sound. What the hell? Wasn't this dungeon supposed to be cleared of monsters? Could the Adventurers Guild be any less reliable? So scary, it's so dark. The voice came again. Long, drawn out, and muffled as if coming through something, but he was certain it was a girl's voice. For a brief moment, Shane almost turned and ran. But the courage of an adventurer and a strange flicker of excitement deep in his chest kept him rooted in place. For the past 3 years, he had always trailed behind other parties, scavenging leftovers. He had rarely faced any real danger. Now, he was both afraid and thrilled. All right, first time. Being nervous is normal. Take it slow. Stay calm. Muttering encouragement to himself, Shane tightened his grip on his sword and advanced deeper through the narrow tunnel. After a short distance, the passage suddenly opened up. The sight before him made him freeze. A mimic. Chapter 3, FAH Chapter 3, The Carrot Elf and the Mana. 1085 words. Chomp chomp. A mimic was loudly chewing on a girl. It's so dark. So scary, let me out. Her upper body was tightly clamped inside the mimic's mouth, leaving only her hips and legs sticking out, kicking wildly yet unable to break free. Her miserable cries echoed through the silent cave. Although it was an unfortunate scene. Shane held his forehead, trying to suppress it, but still couldn't help laughing out loud. Hearing the sound, the girl inside the mimic's mouth stopped her futile struggling. Is someone there? Please help me. Even without seeing her face, just from her clothes and the staff lying nearby, Shane was certain the one stuck in the chest was the legendary mage who had once defeated the Demon King, Frieren. Help! Of course he would. But how? A mimic's suction power was terrifying. Once bitten, it was impossible to pull someone out. However, its physiology was actually similar to a human mouth. If you shoved the victim further in, the mimic would feel nauseated and spit them out. Shane looked at Frieren's backside and hesitated for 2 seconds. Then he bent down, grabbed her legs, lifted them up, and with both hands, shoved her firmly inward. Bleg. In an instant. The mimic opened its mouth wide, retching violently. Even its wooden body twisted as it gagged, and it spat Frieren out directly. Ha! I'm saved. Is identical to. The elf girl sat on the ground, soaked through. A look of relief after surviving a disaster. Her white twintails were drenched, dripping steadily, and large wet patches had spread across her mage robes. Frieren closed her eyes, gently shook her head, flicking the droplets from her ears. Then she stood up, casually shook her sleeves, raised her head, and looked at her rescuer with sincere gratitude. Kind child, thank you. Child. Shane raised an eyebrow. He sized up the white-haired elf who didn't even reach his shoulder, feeling somewhat speechless. Then he remembered she was over 1,000 years old, and her brain was, well, a bit like that, so, forget it. Though he had no idea why she, who should have been traveling in the Central Lands, appeared near this southern town, since they met, it was a heaven-sent chance to latch onto someone powerful. A life-saving favor should be repaid with. Cough. Just as Shane was about to speak and properly introduce himself, a cold breeze suddenly passed, and Frieren shivered all over. Achoo! The petite elf, with a snot bubble forming, hugged herself, shrinking her neck pitifully, looking like she was about to freeze to death. Shane sighed helplessly, pulled out a clean thin blanket from his backpack, and handed it to her. Thank you, kind child. You're truly very kind. My name is Shane. I'm an adventurer. By the way, you're Frieren the mage, right? Don't you have some kind of magic to dry clothes or something? Frieren simply wiped her hair a bit, then wrapped the blanket tightly around herself. An adventurer, huh? No wonder you're here. As for the spell to dry clothes, of course I do, but... As she spoke, Frieren picked up her staff from the ground, tapped the air a few times, then looked up and said calmly, I haven't been able to use magic since earlier. Shane was stunned. A mana seal? How could you say something so dangerous so calmly? To seal her magic, what level of opponent would that be? The sword he had just sheathed was drawn again as Shane cautiously scanned the surroundings. Ah, no need to be nervous. There shouldn't be any monsters in this cave. None. Shane glanced at the mimic in the corner. The meaning was obvious. In any case, to be safe, we should leave first. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, the tunnel he had come through behind him suddenly collapsed. An awkward silence filled the air. Wrapped in the blanket, Frieren pointed upward and said calmly, natural caves collapsing is normal. I fell from above. Only then did Shane notice, about 4 or 5 stories above them, there was a hole the size of a well opening. Small bits of gravel were still falling, making it look quite dangerous. A cave-in. Why did that feel even scarier than encountering monsters? A few minutes later, the two began searching for another exit together. To keep track, every time they reached a fork, Shane chose the right path and continued in a single direction. Before entering each fork, he carved a mark into the stone wall with his sword to avoid getting lost and going in circles. Wrapped in her blanket, Frieren followed quietly behind. Shane's cautious actions made her feel at ease. An adventurer must never take risks. That was something Flam had taught her in her very first lesson. Whether exploring dungeons or fighting the Demon King's army, what killed the most adventurers was not the strength of their enemies, but their own carelessness. Unexpectedly, this novice, who didn't seem very experienced in combat, understood and followed such a principle. A reliable person. Entrusting navigation to Shane, Frieren turned her attention to observing the cave. There should be ceiling or inside these stone walls. What's that? Shane asked. When we passed through earlier, you probably noticed glowing, beautiful ores occasionally exposed in the walls. Those are ceiling stones. Within 3 meters of them, magic cannot be used. No wonder even a great mage could fall straight down. This stuff is quite rare. Even a piece the size of a pebble is worth several gold coins. Gold coins. Shane immediately became interested. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Frieren continued. However, with current human capabilities, it can't be mined. Mana sealing ore has the highest hardness among all materials. Moreover, unlike other substances, it cannot be cut or processed with magic. It's something beyond human ability. What a pity. If magic doesn't work, what about magic tools? Shane asked casually. Magic tools? Hearing those words, Frieren stopped walking, a hint of interest appearing in her eyes. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. In the mythical era, there were great sages skilled in crafting magic tools. But by the time of the unified empire over 1,000 years ago, those sages who excelled in alchemy and forging had disappeared. Functional magic tools today are extremely rare. Alchemy and forging. Shane thought of his own ability to manually craft attributes. Could his class be something like those sages? Boom. A massive shockwave suddenly came from deeper within the cave, interrupting his thoughts. Chapter 4, FAH Chapter 4, The Kiss for Victory. 1,243 words. From a fork in the tunnel on the left came a faint noise, the unsettling, dry rustle of something slithering across the ground. Hiss. In the blink of an eye, the sound was right in front of them. It was a massive python that filled most of the cave. No, on closer look, a pair of black horns grew from its head. This was definitely no ordinary snake. In just one exchange, the moment their eyes met, the giant serpent reared back, its mouth instantly gathering a horrifying mass of green slime. Chem! Damn it! Shane's survival instinct exploded. He grabbed Frieren, who was still confused, and bolted without hesitation. Weight reduction green uncommon, reduces carried weight by 30%. Sprint blue rare, increases running speed by 2 times. With the enchantments on his boots, Shane moved like the wind. Slung over his shoulder, Frieren bounced as they narrowly slipped past the serpent's fangs. So fast. A sincere remark from Frieren. Shane had no time to enjoy the admiration of an elf girl. He felt like his HP bar was flickering wildly. It could drop to 0 at any moment. To make things worse, the mine was filled with mana sealing stone. Frieren couldn't use magic. Not only could she not help, she had become a normal girl who needed protection. He was just a beginner. Struggling to survive on his own was hard enough, and now he had to protect a helpless teammate on top of that. This was ridiculous. Your speed is faster than most warriors I've seen. But it's strange. Your frame is quite slender. You don't look like a warrior at all. Hanging upside down over Shane's shoulder, staring straight into the serpent's gaping maw, Frieren still had the leisure to analyze him. Shane nearly spat blood. Slender. Where did you get that from? Not to brag, but these muscles could crush mosquitoes. You ignorant old girl, humph, but I'll forgive your ignorance. Huff. Huff. No time to argue. His stamina was draining fast. Even with buffs, he couldn't keep running forever. What now? The serpent was closing in. Is that thing a magical beast? Why is it spitting? Shane gritted his teeth. Yes and no. Phut. A terrifying glob of green slime shot straight toward them. Shane bent low, barely dodging it. Where the slime hit the ground, it sizzled and smoked. No need to think, it was definitely highly toxic. One shot missed, another came. The serpent kept spraying venom, and one of the globs was heading straight at them, too fast to dodge. At the critical moment, Shane drew his sword and raised it horizontally to block. The incoming venom, just before impact, seemed to be pulled by something, abruptly changing direction and deflecting to the side. Deflection field blue rare, summons a chaotic field that blocks one ranged attack. One of the enchantments on his sword had just saved them. Chem. Sensing the unusual energy fluctuation in the air, Frieren looked at the otherwise unremarkable sword in Shane's hand with a hint of curiosity. The immediate danger passed. Shane took the opportunity to hide with Frieren behind a protruding rock. Strangely, after they stopped moving, the giant serpent also came to a halt. The massive creature tilted its head, its movements becoming sluggish. Shane frowned. What is it doing? Observing the odd behavior, Frieren tapped her chin thoughtfully. Listen, Shane, she said softly, her voice slowing. This might be a hybrid between a venom dragon and a python. A venom dragon? Shane had heard of them, cave-dwelling aquatic dragons with multiple eyes that hunted using poison. But weren't they supposed to live in the northern highlands? What was one doing in the south? Watching the serpent, Frieren continued, I noticed earlier when it moves, its body sways uncontrollably from side to side, frequently crashing into the cave walls. Following her words, Shane observed more closely. She was right. Its movements were strange. It kept tilting its head, and it would occasionally bump into the walls as it moved, like a drunk who couldn't control their direction. Or, it doesn't have vision? Shane whispered. Frieren nodded. I can't be certain, but it's highly likely. Magical beasts and animals rarely produce hybrids. When they do, most of those subspecies have developmental defects. We might be able to use that. Shane thought it over. If it couldn't see, then as long as they stayed silent and retreated quietly, they could escape. But he glanced at the maze-like, narrow tunnels. In this environment deathly quiet, with poor visibility, even the slightest kick of a pebble would echo endlessly, amplified through the cave. Staying completely silent until finding an exit? Impossible. And with a monster like that lurking behind them, the danger doubled. The chance of being chased again or running into it around a corner was too high. That left only one option. Shane remembered his offhand joke that morning about paying rent or killing a dragon. He hadn't expected it to come true. Even if it was just a venom dragon subspecies, it still counted as having dragon blood. Looks like he really was going to slay a dragon today. If it couldn't see, then as long as he could circle behind it and land a surprise attack. He took a deep breath. Shane tightened the coarse rope wrapped around his sword hilt and gripped it firmly with both hands. Frieren, could you do me a favor? Chem? We just met, and we're only temporary teammates, but I heard there's a tradition in this town, before heading into battle, a young warrior receives a kiss to pray for victory from a beautiful lady. Frieren tightened her grip on her staff, her expression clearly saying, if you keep talking, I'll deal with you before the serpent does. Shane smacked his lips. All right then. I'm going. Holding his breath, he crouched low and pressed himself against the rock wall. Slowly, he moved toward the serpent. In his previous life, he hadn't even killed a chicken. Since coming here, he'd explored a few dungeons, but only ever followed others, picking up scraps. He'd never faced a real monster. This kind of direct hunt, this was his first time. Now, he forced himself to overcome the fear in his heart. As he got closer, the patterns on the serpent's body became clearer. Beneath the scales that had fallen off from crashing into the walls, pink flesh was exposed, no different from a normal reptile. Huff. Reaching his planned position, Shane nodded toward Frieren in the distance. She understood. Picking up a stone, she threw it toward another fork in the tunnel. Clack. The sound immediately drew the serpent's attention. It lunged toward the noise, exposing its entire back to Shane. Now, driven by fear, Shane's body moved on instinct. He pushed off with both legs, raised his sword high, and swung down with all his strength. Crackle. As he struck, the once ordinary sword erupted with silver-white lightning. Electrocution blew rare. Attacks carry lightning effects, dealing additional electric damage and applying a 1-second paralysis on hit. Lightning roared through the cave, crackling violently. Holding the blade with lightning, Shane looked like a god descending upon the world. Slash. The blade, trailing brilliant arcs of lightning, cut into the serpent's vital point at its neck. Buzz. The electric shock and paralysis from the enchantment took effect instantly. The serpent's entire body stiffened, trembling uncontrollably. And so, from behind her cover, Frieren watched as the previously unstoppable giant serpent was. Slash. Buzz. Slash. Buzz. Chapter 5, FAH Chapter 5, The Second Floor of the Dungeon. 1,136 words. The giant serpent was completely overwhelmed by the power of lightning. Before it could be turned into grilled meat, it was finally put out of its misery. What a satisfying battle. Shane panted heavily as he jumped down from the serpent's back. Clack. He planted his sword against the ground, the metal blade striking gravel with a crisp sound. He couldn't help but raise his hands, staring at them over and over again, unable to fully grasp the reality that he had actually killed a monster. This person is strong. A vague sense of caution began to rise in Frieren's heart. Faced with a powerful warrior, A fragile mage would instinctively feel wary. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. "Are you all right?" Frieren walked over and stopped beside Shane. She carefully observed his expression. Seeing him lower his head and stare blankly at his hands, she sighed quietly. A novice adventurer, after their first kill, often fell into a kind of post-battle introspection, questioning the justification of their actions, or even feeling pity for the defeated as the strong over the weak. It was a common reaction. At least, it was fortunate that his first kill had been a magical beast, not a true demon. Still, it was something that required overcoming a psychological barrier. "You don't need to." Before she could finish, Shane suddenly turned toward her, eyes shining. "First time hunting a monster and I already killed a dragon, this should go down in adventurer history, right? Ah, it's starting to dissolve. Is there anything I can keep as a souvenir? Like a horn or scales? If I tell the Adventurers Guild I killed a dragon, will they believe me?" It seemed she had worried for nothing. On the ground, the serpent's corpse had already begun to break apart, turning into magical particles and dissipating. The process was noticeably slow, though. It really might have been a hybrid, its demonic bloodline impure. Shane swung his sword lightly, still unsatisfied. He was brimming with confidence now. Forget a hybrid, he felt like he could take on a pureblood magical beast next without much trouble. "All right, now we can focus, huh?" "What's that?" During the fight, he had triggered the electrocution blue rare effect, lightning flashing everywhere, looking ridiculously cool. But this natural cave had already shown signs of collapse. Its structure wasn't stable. After being ravaged by repeated lightning strikes, nearly all the branching tunnels had collapsed and been sealed. And aside from that, in a place where there had been no passage before, a new opening had appeared about half a person's height, with unusually smooth edges. The opening sloped downward, revealing a passage. Unlike the naturally formed tunnels, the inner walls seemed to be built from some kind of smooth white stone, and the ground was lined with even steps. A faint but distinct current of dry, stale air drifted out from within. "No way." Shane frowned. The joy from his first successful hunt vanished instantly. Frieren stepped past him and examined the entrance closely. "This is the entrance to the second floor of the labyrinth," she said slowly. "The second floor?" Large labyrinths are usually divided into multiple levels. Each floor has a guardian. Only after defeating it will the entrance to the next floor appear. Shane was stunned. Wasn't this Ghost Bastion supposed to be the lowest level small labyrinth? And it was said to have been cleared 70 years ago. Could it be? Those adventurers never found the correct path at all? Staring at the ominous entrance, Shane swallowed. This little scavenging trip had turned out way more intense than expected. The two didn't hesitate for long. All the original paths had collapsed. This was the only way forward. Step, step, step. As they entered, the pitch-black passage lit up instantly. Crystal spheres embedded in the walls on both sides, each about the size of Shane's fist, glowed softly. The gentle white light dispelled the darkness and revealed something unusual. Artificially synthesized mana crystal. Status: intact. Attribute: reactive light source. It does not remain lit at all times, but will always shine when needed. Evaluation: byproduct of experiment no. 1024, harmless. Shane frowned at the attributes. Question marks. This was the first time he had seen that. Was it some kind of high-tier attribute? He kind of wanted it. He tried to focus his mind and use extract. Ooh! A sharp pain suddenly stabbed his temples, like needles piercing his brain, forcing out a muffled groan. Frieren, who was walking ahead, turned back in confusion. "What's wrong?" Shane waved his hand quickly, suppressing the discomfort and pretending nothing had happened as he continued down the steps. "It can't be extracted. Is it because my mental strength is too low? Or because the attribute itself is too special?" The thought lingered in his mind. Before he could dwell on it, the vast space ahead suddenly drew his attention. At the end of the stairs stood a massive hall. The walls were covered with stone murals. Spiral stone pillars rose high into the air, and the ceiling above disappeared into darkness. It gave off an indescribable sense of pressure. Further ahead, in the center of the hall, was a circular pool. Faintly, water could be seen inside. Ahem! Frieren let out a puzzled sound, then suddenly lifted into the air with her staff, without any warning. Had the mana sealing stone interference disappeared? That thought had just crossed Shane's mind when Frieren, who had just risen into the air, suddenly lost balance and fell straight down. He stepped forward instinctively and caught her. Thud. The elf girl landed steadily in his arms. Looking up, she sighed slightly. Shane estimated that she had risen about 4 or 5 meters. That meant near the ground of the second floor, there was no mana sealing stone interference. But higher up, closer to the first floor, the interference still remained. It seems we still can't use magic freely. The two cautiously observed their surroundings before slowly approaching the circular pool. As they had seen earlier, there really was water inside and it looked deep. Shane hesitated. He had already run out of drinking water. His water skin was empty, and logically, this was the perfect place to refill it. Besides, his water skin had the water purification green uncommon attribute. Safety wouldn't be an issue. But, used to boiled water, he felt an inexplicable resistance toward drinking from unknown wild sources. At that moment, Frieren reached out and stirred the surface of the water slightly, then frowned. Shane, step back. Before her words even finished, her staff was already aimed at the water. A beam of magic, comparable to a laser cannon, shot out, piercing straight through the pool and illuminating the previously unseen depths. What lay beneath the water made Shane instinctively take a step back. Chapter 6, FAH Chapter 6, Ruins of the Unified Empire. 1037 words. A pillar of magic light pierced through the water. A massive purple creature came into Shane's view. It was a monster with numerous tentacles and 5 eyes. Its back was covered in scales, with fin-like structures growing from it. Sharp fangs jutted outward, and its 4 tentacled limbs clung to the stone wall deep within the pool in a twisted posture. From Shane's angle, he found himself staring directly into those 5 eyes beneath the water. A chill shot straight to his scalp. It's a venom dragon. Frieren spoke calmly. Shane went numb. Please, don't explain, just attack. But it seemed his silent plea wasn't received. After the magic beam ended, Frieren simply maintained a guarded stance, stopping her attack without any intention of continuing. At first, Shane didn't understand what she was doing. But soon, he realized something was off. The venom dragon didn't react to Frieren's actions. The giant serpent earlier had attacked the moment it noticed an enemy. But this venom dragon deep in the pool, clearly a pure-blooded monster, didn't move at all. Even after Frieren attacked, it showed no response. Why? It's dead. No, more accurately, it's lost its life force, Frieren concluded. I don't get it. Shane admitted honestly. When monsters die, they turn into magical particles and disappear. This venom dragon is already dead, but it hasn't vanished. That can only mean someone drained its life force, but didn't truly kill it in the conventional sense. Frieren's explanation made Shane frown. Then a word came to mind, specimen. You mean, someone turned it into a specimen? Shane's eyes went wide. Specimen? Frieren tilted her head in thought. I think I've seen that term in some grimoire before. That's probably what it means. What kind of person could turn a dragon into a specimen? Shane couldn't help but take another step back. His hand pressed against the hilt of his sword as he scanned the surroundings warily. In the shadows beyond the reach of the glowing crystal sphere. Was there some deranged old witch hiding there? Frieren lightly swept her staff across the water's surface and continued, Don't touch this water. There's a very sinister energy inside. Whoever did this might be using it to extract something. As if I'd touch it. Shane complained inwardly. He wasn't some middle-aged man obsessed with medicinal wine. Why would he be interested in water that had a dragon soaking in it? At the same time, he felt deeply grateful for his habit of drinking plain water. Good thing he hadn't refilled his water pouch earlier, or it would have been wasted. They circled around the pool and continued forward, only to find that the entire room had no exit leading elsewhere. At the end of the hall, there was only a massive mural. It depicted the omniscient and omnipotent goddess who created the world, surrounded by her followers. The solemn and dignified scene gave off a sacred aura. This kind of large-scale carving should be from the Unified Empire era, Frieren said. It's truly magnificent. Shane praised it sincerely. Aside from the earliest mythological age, the goddess had never appeared again throughout history. Yet faith in her had never ceased. Shane had seen monks holding the holy scriptures and had even gone to a monastery for treatment when he had an upset stomach. While he didn't have much faith in the goddess of this world, he had a good impression of the monks. It's not just magnificent. Frieren, who had shown little expression along the way even when her mana was sealed, now revealed a sly smile. She approached the mural, pressed her ear against it, and tapped lightly. There's a hidden room behind this wall. There must be treasure inside. Judging by the surroundings, there might even be some very valuable grimoires. At the mention of grimoires, a glint flashed in her eyes. She began running her hands over the mural, clearly excited. Shane marveled. Of course it's you. But, it looks like there's no other exit in this room. That's true. But based on my years of dungeon exploration, there's definitely a room here. As she spoke, Frieren lay on the ground and started searching along the bottom edge of the mural. Shane raised an eyebrow at the sight of a white-robed backside sticking up in the air. After a few minutes, she actually found it. With a press on an unremarkable stone brick, the mural began to change. Rumble. The angel wings beside the goddess, which had originally hung downward, spread upward as if taking flight. The entire mural slowly rose, revealing the stone wall behind it. Then, the bricks in the wall seemed to come alive, shifting on their own. In just a moment, a narrow staircase leading upward appeared before them. Hee hee. Frieren showed a slightly smug smile. Shane gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Pleased with the praise, Frieren hummed happily as she stepped onto the stairs. After just a few steps, they arrived in a brand new room. Compared to the vast, open palace hall earlier, this space felt downright cramped. It was only a few dozen square meters, with extremely simple furnishings. A crude wooden bed, an empty bookshelf, and a desk holding a diary and a quill. Everything was covered in dust. Clearly, no one had been here for a long time. The once excited Frieren immediately lost her enthusiasm upon seeing the room. Even her long pointed ears drooped. She even unwillingly checked under the bed. Unlike her, Shane grew excited. Because before his eyes, a flood of dazzling information appeared. Diary of Great Sage Shal. Status: decayed. Attributes: wisdom under a simple mask. Gold legendary, simplifies complex magical formulas and theoretical knowledge into easily understandable attributes. Mastering the attributes allows rapid learning of the corresponding magic. Accelerated thinking. Gold legendary, a true sage must possess a sharp mind. Permanently increases your intelligence and comprehension, accelerating your interpretation of texts. Time manipulation. Gold legendary, where is the boundary between past and future? The best way to avoid future sight is to suppress your own flow of time. Now, you can deceive those who like to read the future. Evaluation, experiment number 142857 completed. Teacher, we succeeded. Holy shit. A single pull, and it's gold. A triple gold pull. Chapter 7, FAH Chapter 7, The Sage's Diary. 1070 words. No man can resist the temptation of gold. Clearly, Shane was a real man. Extract. The moment he saw the affix information, Shane focused with everything he had and charged straight in. Facts proved it. Hesitation meant defeat. The difference between Frieren's movement and his command to extract the affix was only 0.01 seconds. Ahem. It all crumbled. By the table, Frieren reached out to pick up the diary, but the moment her fingers touched it, the long-sealed pages decayed and disintegrated into dust. That was normal. No paper could last 1,000 years, lasting 100 or 200 years was already the limit. But at the same time, the instant her hand touched the diary, 3 golden points of light suddenly lit up behind her right in front of Shane. Extraction succeeded. With her mana detection, Frieren naturally sensed the faint fluctuation of energy behind her. She turned back in confusion, just in time to see Shane collapse without warning. Shane failed again. Why did it fail again? A hoarse voice roared irritably beside his ears, accompanied by the sound of something smashing onto the ground. Shane felt like his head was about to explode. He forced his eyes open, only to see the same cramped, shabby room. But unlike before, the room was now piled high with books and parchment, so much that there was barely any place to step. It must be the mana input for activating the spell. Increase it or decrease it. Let me calculate. In front of him, a hunched figure in a cloak and hood leaned over the desk, constantly scribbling and calculating while muttering to himself. Shane didn't know who he was, but a faint instinct told him this person might be the owner of the room, Charles, the hooded sage. He tried to ask what was going on, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. He tried to tap the man's shoulder, but his hand passed through the body like mist. The man didn't notice anything. Shane froze. "Yuan percent at," he roared in anger, but no sound came. Fear crept in. He tried to leave the room, but found it impossible. Like a wandering spirit, he was bound behind the owner of the room, unable to speak, unable to act, unable to leave. "Yuan percent at." The hooded figure remained completely unaffected, continuing to write and calculate with total focus. After countless futile attempts, Shane finally gave up. Then everything in his vision darkened, and the scene shifted. The hooded figure was deciphering a grimoire. From Shane's perspective, the title was clearly visible: Diary of Sage Uig. Deciphering the book seemed extremely difficult. The hooded figure would frequently sweep pages of draft paper aside, quickly piling the floor with discarded sheets. The hooded figure attempted to activate a magical formation. It failed. He became extremely irritable. He cursed for a long time. The hooded figure stood in the center of a palace hall. Beneath his feet was an extremely complex magical formation, soaked with thick, sticky blood, gruesome and eerie. Shane could almost smell the metallic scent of it. Frowning deeply, he watched as the hooded figure stood within the formation and activated the spell. The pool he had seen earlier with Frieren suddenly began to boil. Countless black droplets rose from its surface, slowly gathering in the air into a single mass. It was hard to describe. The mass churned and twisted like living black tar. Then, the hooded figure casually summoned a cup, hunched as he approached the floating black liquid. For humanity to completely eradicate the demons and achieve final victory, any sacrifice is worth it. Teacher, when we meet again in the future, will you praise me, or despise me? The hooded figure attempted to activate the failed formation again. It failed. He began even more calculations. Draft papers were torn and scattered everywhere. Another attempt. Still a failure. This time, the hooded figure added that churning black tar into the failed formation. The magic spiraled out of control. A vague human silhouette appeared within the formation. The hooded figure tried to stabilize it, but in the end, the figure melted into a pool of blood. This time, he didn't curse. He simply sat there beside the formation for a long, long time. He continued testing the formation relentlessly, adjusting the amount of black substance used each time. The palace floor was stained red again and again. Bones and flesh began to appear within the formation. Fully formed human limbs began to take shape. Shane felt like he was going insane. He didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like an entire lifetime. Floating behind the hooded figure, he watched day after day as the man descended into extremity. From confusion at the beginning to eventual understanding. This madman was trying to create a human. This has to be wrong. I must have entered the dungeon the wrong way. This is all just an illusion. My teacher's method must be correct. The hoarse muttering sounded again beside his ear. This is the final attempt. I must destroy all research materials to prevent interference from those who can foresee the future. With those words, the hooded figure snapped his fingers. All the books and draft papers in the room flew up, gathering into the palace hall under his control. Then, with a flick, a flame shot out. Everything ignited. At the instant the flames surged upward, he activated the formation beneath his feet. After countless failures, success finally came. A complete human appeared within the formation. "Yuan percent at," Shane roared. But in the vast hall, no sound emerged. Through the rising heat of the flames, he clearly saw the person standing at the center of the formation. It was himself, from his previous life, anxiously rushing across the street to save time. Beep! Like an electric current surging through his brain, crashing against his eardrums. Shane clutched his head in agony. He wanted to curse, wanted to ask this lunatic if he had any idea how painful it was to be sent flying 200 meters by a truck. At that moment, the hooded figure who had always had his back turned suddenly turned around. A pair of crimson eyes filled with madness met Shane's gaze. Tilting his head, the figure slowly curled his lips into a murky, sinister smile. "Hee hee. Teacher, we succeeded." Chapter 8, FAH Chapter 8, A Gaze from the Past. 1,132 words. 60 years before the hero's death. Under the command of Schlacht the Omniscient, the Demon King's army advanced with irresistible force. Human society stood on the brink of annihilation. And yet, within the Demon King's castle, the victories on the front lines could not dispel the shadow in Schlacht's heart. He stood upon the castle balcony, gazing down at the assembled demon troops below. Once again, he activated the magic of future seers, but within moments, the ripples of magic faded into stillness. "Still no change at all," he murmured. "Just as you said, all who peer into fate are ultimately mocked by it." Behind him, from the ink-black shadows, came a low chuckle. "That's enough, Schlacht." But the figure in the shadows raised a hand, cutting him off, and continued on his own. "The future of demonkind will be born upon the Demon King's tombstone." Doesn't that sound interesting? We've been planning this for 1,000 years, Schlacht. Schlacht inclined his head slightly. "It is just that the price seems excessively high." "Ha. Humans have a saying, equivalent exchange. Since I'm the one seeking the answer, if the scales of fate take my life in return, then so be it." From the very beginning of this war, Schlacht had foreseen the Demon King's death. When he revealed this, the Demon King did not fear it. On the contrary, he accepted it willingly, convinced that his death would become the foundation upon which demonkind would reach a glorious future. After that, Schlacht continued to cast future seers, attempting to pierce through the shadows of fate and glimpse more of demonkind's future. But it was useless. From that moment on, fate had veiled his sight, he could see no further. "Return to the front lines, Schlacht. Annihilate humanity completely, and let me see fate's answer." With those words, the Demon King's presence vanished. Schlacht remained standing there for a long time, staring at the roaring tide of the Demon King's army below, lost in thought. Suddenly, a pale violet magic covered his eyes. Future Seers was forcibly activated by an unknown power. So that's how it is. In that instant, Schlacht saw the future of demonkind once more. The Demon King's death was inevitable. But he, Schlacht, would lead the 7 sages of destruction to successfully intercept humanity's strongest, the hero of the South, and bring about a turning point in fate for demonkind. Humanity would survive this slaughter and gain a brief respite. But when a beast licks its wounds, that is when it is most vulnerable. And at that time, demonkind would win this 1,000-year war between races. Just like the Demon King, he himself would not live to see the final victory. But that was fine. He did not care. Schlacht closed his eyes, carefully examining the future he had just witnessed, the name that pulsed upon the anchor of fate. Shane. What an interesting future. At the same time, in the central lands, within a forest, a tall man carrying twin swords stood beneath the shade of trees. He was elegant and handsome, possessing a distinguished aura, though he happened to sport a rather playful mustache. This man was the hero of the South, known as the strongest among humanity. He smiled gently as he looked toward an elven girl not far away. The girl was crouched by a river, washing freshly picked fruits and vegetables. He knew that with her profound magical ability, her mana detection had already noticed him. But since she showed no intention of greeting him, he simply waited. After all, it was lunchtime. Suddenly, a A tremor from the depths of his soul clouded his vision. Future sight activated on its own. In that moment, he saw the near future. He saw Schlacht, who had originally intended a massacre, suddenly change his plans. He saw the 7 sages of destruction gathering upon the northern plateau. He saw his own brutal end in battle against them. And even further, decades into the future. The once foggy future suddenly anchored into a clear path the moment a certain name appeared. Shane. His smile froze, gradually fading into calm acceptance. So, I won't make it to the Demon King's castle. There was undisguised regret in his voice. But soon, he regained his resolve. At least I can take 3 of the 7 sages of destruction with me. That's not a bad trade. With that, he stepped out of the shade and approached the elven girl. Judging from the magic she emitted, she seemed like an ordinary mage of mediocre skill. But he knew better. She was a monster who had quietly trained for 1,000 years. Inviting her to join him in defeating the Demon King, that was the purpose of his journey. I refuse. After hearing his invitation, the elven girl didn't hesitate for even a second. She rejected him outright, stating plainly that she could not defeat the Demon King. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. As expected. Hearing this, the girl looked puzzled. You sound as if you already knew the outcome. He met her gaze, paused, then reviewed the future he had just seen before speaking again. I do. Because I can see the future. In 1 year, on the northern plateau, I will face the strongest force under the Demon King, the 7 sages of destruction, and perish together with the omniscient Schlacht. At this, Frieren stopped what she was doing and looked at him seriously. If you know you're going to die, why come at all? He smiled. I know I'm not the one who will ultimately save the world. That's fine. Someone will come after me to walk the path to victory. A boy named Himmel would inherit his ideals and beliefs and defeat the Demon King. And another boy named Shane would lead humanity to finally end this 1,000-year war. Even if my achievements are destined to remain in the shadows of history, it doesn't matter. Frieren frowned slightly. She couldn't quite understand his words. If something is destined to fail, why even try? He saw the confusion in her eyes, but he didn't expect many to understand his ideals. He simply wanted to see for himself the girl who would become a legend. Still, there was a hint of unwillingness. He laughed at himself, then turned decisively. Frieren, can you do me a favor? ? When you set out on your journey, pass a message to that junior of mine. Tell him, the hero of the South, the strongest of humanity, will personally carve the path ahead for him. With that, he strode forward, facing fate head-on. 80 years later, in the southern nations, the Ramiel region, deep within the Ghost Bastion, Shane stepped into a chamber sealed for 1,000 years. At that moment, the threads of fate anchored into place. Chapter 9, FAH Chapter 9, Glowing Mushrooms and Cocktails. 1,069 words. You're awake. Frieren's voice came from below him as Shane slowly opened his eyes in a daze. Thunk. 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 The crisp knocking sounds instantly cleared the confusion from his eyes. He was being held aloft by Frieren's floating magic, suspended in midair, his head occasionally bumping into the hanging stalactites above. Ouch! Hearing his groan, Frieren lowered her staff slightly and adjusted his height. Why did you suddenly pass out? What happened? Shane rubbed his still swollen temples, lingering fear flashing in his eyes. That final eye contact with that madman had been too terrifying. Those crimson eyes still lingered vividly in his mind. But how could he explain it? He couldn't exactly say he had been dragged into this world by some twisted magical experiment, that he was a transmigrator. I'm not really sure. I just got pulled into some kind of illusion and saw a bunch of strange things. Frieren nodded after hearing that, not pressing for details. Many powerful mags did leave behind all sorts of defensive magic formations in their residences or places of death to ward off ill-intentioned visitors. Illusion magic was one of the more common types. Shane let out a quiet sigh of relief and asked, "Where are we going?" "After you fainted, that room collapsed. This path was revealed afterward. I think it should be the exit." "Oh. Can you walk on your own now?" Ah! My head's still spinning. And so the two moved forward, one floating, one walking. It wasn't that Shane was being lazy. His head really was pounding, and he couldn't muster any strength. They hadn't gone far when Frieren suddenly stopped. Thunk, his head hit a stone again. Before he could even complain, his eyes widened. At the bend ahead, the passage was covered in pale blue, softly glowing mushrooms. Their dreamy, flowing azure light made it feel like a fairyland. Frieren set him down and walked toward them. The girl crouched, her white hair falling by her ears as her fingertips gently brushed the surface. She picked one, a flicker of delight passing through her eyes. It's a glowcap mushroom, a very rare magical material. Shane rubbed his head, staggering as he moved closer. Before entering the dungeon, I heard the innkeeper say there were glowing mushrooms here that could be made into extremely delicious cocktails. Turns out it's true. His mood instantly improved. This trip wasn't a total loss after all. He quickly pulled out his bag, ready to harvest a bunch only to freeze when he looked down, his eyebrows twisting. He wasn't sure if he was seeing things. He cautiously stepped on it and asked, "Hey, Frieren. What are these black, soft, slightly fishy-smelling clumps on the ground?" "Giant snake droppings. Glowcap mushrooms grow on the excrement of the venom dragon. Giant snakes are hybrid subspecies, but it seems their droppings have the same effect," Frieren explained. Shane silently withdrew his hand, then vigorously rubbed his shoe against a nearby rock. "Keep that filth away from me. When I was traveling in the Central Lands, I saw shops selling this material. If I remember correctly, 5 silver coins per pound. That expensive?" Shane immediately reached out and plucked a mushroom without hesitation. "What filth? Don't talk nonsense." This was clearly a noble ingredient rising pure from the muck. After 3 years of struggling in this world, Shane knew the value of money well. 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins. A single piece of black bread cost 2 copper coins, and even the cheapest in room cost 20 copper coins a night. There had to be at least 3 or 4 pounds of mushrooms here. He was rich. Finally, he could pay off his lodging and food debts. In an instant, his dizziness vanished, his legs felt fine, and he worked with great enthusiasm. Creak. The town gates slowly opened. The morning mist had yet to fully disperse. The guards yawned as they lazily took their posts. Shane's dirt-covered appearance startled the still half-asleep soldiers. After a brief round of questioning, the two were allowed through. After a full day and night in the dungeon, Frieren was already dozing off. Shane practically dragged her back to the inn. As soon as they entered, the enthusiastic innkeeper bustled over, her chest swaying. "Oh, goddess bless you. Poor Shane, you must be exhausted." But before she got close, she noticed Frieren leaning unsteadily behind him. "Wait, who is this?" The white-haired, twin-tailed elf girl was breathtakingly beautiful, drowsy as she leaned against Shane like a white butterfly resting on a branch. The innkeeper stared in a daze. A companion I met on the road. Please find me another room, she needs to rest." The moment she heard companion, the innkeeper's expression visibly fell, even her carefully styled hair seeming to wilt. Phew. After settling Frieren down and finally returning to his own room, Shane collapsed onto the bed. He was exhausted and wanted to sleep, but strangely, his mind was unusually clear, racing at full speed. He couldn't fall asleep at all. Memories of the dungeon replayed in his mind. A few words from that hooded figure bothered him deeply. It seemed the man had gone to great lengths to drag him here, just to win the war between humans and demons. But hadn't the Demon King already been defeated? Could it be that in the future, the demons would start another slaughter, wiping out 9/10 of humanity and plunging the world back into war? That wasn't good. More importantly, those failed experiments, the pools of blood and shattered limbs, left a deep psychological scar on him. Since he had been summoned by a magic circle, were there any side effects? Would he one day suddenly break apart into a pile of flesh? Shane shuddered. "I remember, that madman kept analyzing and referencing a grimoire called Diary of Sage Uig. In the original story, during the Holy Capital arc, Haita asked Frieren to help decipher it. I wonder if the one that got burned has the same contents as the one in Heiter's possession. This feeling of not knowing his future, of constantly fearing being discarded or erased, was unbearable. Shane hated it. Looks like he needed to meet Heiter. With that thought, Shane began forming his next plan. Wait, didn't I forget something? What about my 3 golden legendary attributes? Chapter 10, FAH Chapter 10, it must be because I landed face. 1,114 words. Shane didn't know how to describe his current mood. It was just absurd. Shane. Status, mental power times normal depleted, recovering. Attributes, wisdom under a simple mask gold legendary, accelerated thinking gold legendary, time manipulation gold legendary. Evaluation, a human. The moment he finished extracting the attributes, he had fainted immediately. In his haze, he had heard the sound of something hitting the ground. Looking at it now, he must have landed face first. Did he literally slam right into the attributes? People can actually be enchanted with attributes. Is this just a special case for me, or can anyone do it? Shane couldn't figure it out. And it seemed impossible to truly figure out. Because stripping attributes would cause the original item to collapse and vanish. He didn't dare experiment on himself. As for experimenting on other people, once an attribute was applied, it couldn't be changed. It would completely alter someone's life. That was far too shameless. But on the other hand, what about the dead? At that thought, Shane shook his head violently, cutting off the idea. People were off limits. Absolutely off limits. Unconsciously, those crimson, madness-filled eyes appeared in his mind again. Was he being influenced? Looking at the mental power depleted, slowly recovering. In his status, Shane figured his mind was just unstable due to low mental power. He pulled the blanket over his head and went back to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already afternoon. He first knocked on Frieren's door, but there was no response. Thinking of her habit of sleeping in, he figured she wouldn't wake up until the next morning at the earliest. So he went downstairs, ate something simple, slung a bag full of mushrooms over his shoulder, and headed toward the Adventurers Guild. First, to exchange them for money. Second, now that he had the wisdom under a simple mask attribute, which could simplify complex magical formulas and principles into attributes for direct mastery, did that mean he could finally learn magic? When he had first arrived in this world, he had been full of expectations about that. Unfortunately, he had no talent for it at all. But now, if he could learn magic through attributes, becoming a magic swordsman didn't sound bad. Offense and defense both covered. Adventurers Guild, Ramiel Region Branch. After confirming the name at the entrance, Shane stepped inside. Unlike the guild halls he had seen in novels or anime, there were no rowdy drinking groups, no walls covered in quest notices or bounty posters, and definitely no pretty catgirl attendants. Instead, it felt more like a shop. Shelves lined the left side, filled with bottles, jars, and semi-processed herbs, ores, and other miscellaneous materials. The right side displayed various weapons and armor. In the center stood a single long counter, behind which hung notices like mage rank examination schedule and rules and adventurer code of conduct. Hearing his footsteps, a beautiful woman peeked up from behind the counter. The moment she saw him, her eyes lit up. With a clatter, she hurried out, tidying her clothes and fixing her hair as she walked. "Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. You must be Shane. ? Haha, don't be nervous. I heard about you from the owner of the Iron Hoof Inn. She said you're the most handsome adventurer she's ever seen. Oh, goddess above, I've been looking forward to your visit." The woman winked at him. Ah. Shane was momentarily speechless. The innkeeper sure had a lot of close friends. "So, what can I get you? Whether it's medicine for diarrhea or armor forged from refined iron, we have everything here. Of course, if you're looking for a grimoire, you'll have to go to Goston City's Grand Library. We don't carry anything that precious here." No grimoires. He had wanted to buy one to test the effect of wisdom under a simple mask. Going to Goston City wasn't impossible. It was the largest trade city in the Ramiel region, about 3 to 5 days away on foot. The woman kept enthusiastically recommending items, leaving Shane no chance to interrupt. Shopkeepers in another world weren't much different from those in his previous life. Finally, during a brief pause for breath, Shane seized the opportunity and dumped his backpack onto the counter. Oh, glowcap mushrooms, what a rare material. I haven't received any in years. Let me check the current market price. Ah, here it is. 7 silver coins per pound. The price has really gone up. Last time I bought these, they were only 6 silver coins. Now look at it, an entire silver coin more. Even while talking non-stop, her hands moved quickly as she took out a scale and began weighing them. Let's see how much you have. Oh, quite heavy. Exactly 3 pounds. That makes 21 silver coins. While she chattered, Shane's attention drifted to the equipment section nearby. He appraised the displayed weapons and armor one by one. Most of the attributes he saw were things like sharpness, weight, basic resistance, and mana conduction, all white-tire attributes, nothing particularly valuable. This confirmed what Frieren had said earlier. Since the Unified Empire era, sages skilled in alchemy and forging had vanished. Modern equipment no longer possessed powerful enchantments. At best, they provided basic protection and support. Even Frieren's staff only carried a simple attribute, mana conduction. Adventurers of this era relied purely on talent and physical ability. For someone like Shane, a blank slate with no talent, there was no path forward except stacking equipment stats. Looks like if I want strong gear, I'll have to make it myself. But now that he had money, he could at least buy a few cheap items, strip their attributes, and use them as fodder for upgrades. I'd like 9 leather braces. Of course. 9 leather braces, 45 silver coins in total. Would you like them wrapped? Actually, I suddenly feel like I don't need them that much. With 20 silver coins and 100 copper coins in change, Shane returned to the inn. Inside the room, Frieren was still sleeping. Worried she might get hungry in the middle of the night, he planned to ask the innkeeper to send some bread and water to her room. But after looking around, he couldn't find the innkeeper anywhere. Strange. Not just her, there's no one in the inn at all. What's going on? He circled the place again, then was shocked to discover that not only was the inn empty, but the once busy street outside was now completely deserted. The entire street was empty. Not a single person in sight. Even the shops with their doors still open had suddenly lost all occupants. Shane's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 11, FAH Chapter 11, Controlled. 1,119 words. A gust of night wind swept through. It stirred up a few strands of dust along the silent street. Puff. The oil lamp in the inn's lobby went out, plunging the surroundings into dim darkness. Shane pressed a hand against the hilt at his waist and slowly backed away. At the same time, he kept watch over every movement around him while his mind raced, searching for a way to survive. He didn't know what his opponent was. But he was certain it was no good. The 3 golden attributes on his forehead had no combat properties. The clothes he wore only carried a few defensive attributes that increased resistance. As for his pants, forget it, they were even more useless. Automatic cleaning and constant temperature, completely unreliable in a fight. As for his weapon, Shane glanced at the already cooled-down deflection field. This attribute could only be used once a day. He had to be careful. Why did it suddenly get dark? Frieren's slightly hoarse, drowsy voice came from behind, startling Shane. The elf girl stood there with bed head, rubbing her eyes as she yawned, still half asleep. Grr. In the quiet environment, the sound of a rumbling stomach rang out clearly. Do you have anything to eat? Frieren asked. Finally awake, Shane thought. Forget about food, think about survival first. A violent gale suddenly surged through the street, carrying a sharp and cutting force as it swept toward them. Watch out. Shane drew his sword. But before he could react further, the drowser-looking Frieren casually extended her hand. A staff appeared instantly, and a pale blue barrier unfolded in front of them. Layer upon layer of hexagonal defensive spells interlocked like a honeycomb, forming an airtight defensive net. It was defensive magic capable of blocking all damage. Shane didn't have time to marvel at Frieren's reaction speed. He quickly explained the current situation in a few brief sentences. Frieren lowered her head slightly and thought for a moment. Her mana detection couldn't sense any presence of monsters. The opponent was likely not a demon. The gale gathered once more along the street. Before the attack could fully form, Frieren raised her hand and fired first. A white beam of magic shot out, instantly piercing through the night. But strangely, after the attack dissipated, the street remained completely empty. "Shane, are you afraid of heights?" "What do you mean?" Before he could finish, Frieren cast flight magic and rose into the air, grabbing Shane by his clothes and dragging him up with her. "Ah!" Shane let out a cry as his feet left the ground. The sudden sensation of hanging in midair made it hard for him to adjust. Hey, that wasn't a question." Frieren ignored his protest and lifted them higher, until they could overlook the entire town. Under the night sky, the once lively town filled with lights was now pitch black and lifeless. But in the forest leading toward the Ghost Bastion, there was a long line of dense black silhouettes, moving slowly one after another. "Found them." With that, Frieren grabbed Shane and flew toward the line of shadows. As they got closer, Shane finally saw clearly they were all townspeople. Every one of them had their eyes tightly shut, limbs stiff as they moved forward, like puppets on strings. Black mist seeped continuously from their bodies. "They've been controlled." Hearing Frieren's judgment, Shane immediately thought of Aura the guillotine. His gaze swept quickly across the surrounding forest and fields, but he couldn't spot any suspicious figure. One of the 7 sages of destruction under the Demon King, Aura wielded the scales of obedience, placing her own soul and her target's soul on opposite sides. With her 500 years of mana, she overwhelmed all opponents, tipping the balance in her favor. In the end, she would behead every defeated enemy, turning them into puppets under her command. An utterly unreasonable and powerful demon. But something felt off. To strengthen her puppet army, Aura usually collected strong human warriors or generals. Since when did she start collecting ordinary people? As Shane felt puzzled, Frieren was also thinking. She had fought Aura directly before and understood her well. The magic controlling the townspeople now was very similar to obedience magic, but also clearly different. Neither of them acted rashly. They quietly descended to the ground and followed behind the group. At the collapsed entrance of the Ghost Bastion, the crowd stopped. Under the influence of an unknown force, they began digging at the collapsed dungeon entrance with their bare hands. Frieren and Shane exchanged a glance. Shane nodded and stepped forward to stand guard, while Frieren began chanting behind him. This was the plan they had just discussed. Frieren would attempt to use purification magic to dispel the control over the townspeople and see if it worked. A flash of magic passed over the nearest child. The child instantly lost support and collapsed limply to the ground. "It works." Shane was delighted. But before he could celebrate, everyone else suddenly stopped what they were doing and turned their heads in perfect unison to look at Shane and Frieren. Without hesitation, their bodies twisted into unnatural shapes and rushed toward Shane from all directions. Exclamation point. Shane was stunned and instinctively drew his sword. But just as the blade was about to leave its sheath, he forcibly stopped. Because the one charging at him first wasn't a stranger, it was the infatuated innkeeper who had always taken good care of him. He cursed under his breath and swung the sheathed sword instead, striking hard at the back of her neck. The innkeeper immediately collapsed, unconscious. The others were the same. Although controlled by a mysterious force and moving in twisted ways, they were still ordinary people. Most of them could be knocked out with a single blow. Behind him, Frieren's purification magic didn't stop either. One after another, people fell to the ground. Just as Shane began to relax, something changed. Black mist began to seep out from the fallen bodies, gathering toward the center. Threads of darkness converged into a massive phantom skull. The skull wore a ferocious expression. Then, a sharp, hoarse voice like the wail of a vengeful ghost echoed through the night. "Damn it! Why must you interfere?" With that scream, a violent gale burst from the skull's mouth, carrying countless piercing shrieks as it slashed toward Shane. Shane felt like his eardrums were about to rupture. Luckily, Frieren reacted quickly. With a flash, a magical barrier expanded and shielded him completely. Magic. Always magic. Cursed magic. For some reason, the skull became enraged the moment it saw Frieren's magic. In an instant, its entire form turned blood-red, screaming as it dove toward them. Chapter 12, FAH Chapter 12, Rootless Souls. 1078 words. Facing the blood-red skull's frenzied assault, Frieren's defensive magic held firm with effortless ease. For a moment, the battlefield fell into a stalemate. Shane gripped his sword and stayed off to the side, safely watching the fight unfold. Against the legendary mage who had once slain the Demon King, he truly couldn't imagine how a mere skull could possibly win. Just as he was leisurely evaluating the situation, the skull, unable to break through for so long, suddenly changed tactics and charged straight at him. What the hell? No sense of fairness at all. Startled, Shane instinctively drew his sword and slashed. Crackle. The blade roared down wrapped in lightning, instantly shattering the skull into a cloud of black mist. Silver-white lightning surged wildly through the churning haze, releasing sharp, agonized screams. Shane sucked in a breath. Why did that sound? Kind of painful. Before he could think further, the black mist gathered again, reforming into the skull and rushing back to engage Frieren. Frieren continued to intercept the black mist's attacks with her defensive shields while raining down a massive volume of magical beams during the gaps in its assault. For a time, the sky was a chaotic exchange of black and white, back and forth, quite a spectacle. Shane continued watching calmly. But the longer he watched, the more something felt off. Compared to how he could disperse the black mist with a single strike, Frieren, who was countless times stronger than him, was somehow fighting it to a standstill. The mist couldn't harm Frieren, not even breaking her defensive shield. But Frieren couldn't deal meaningful damage either. Her precise magic strikes vanished into the mist like stones sinking into the sea without a trace. This isn't right. Shane's mind raced, and he quickly grasped the key point. Attack cancellation. The black mist the skull could release and retract at will acted as its own magic shield. Both sides were masters of magic, and their attacks were simply landing on each other's magical barriers. In the end, the attacks cancelled each other out, rendering them useless. Frieren, use binding magic. I'll cut it down. Hearing Shane's shout, Frieren didn't hesitate. She instantly altered her spell structure, and a pale yellow chain shot forward, wrapping tightly around the skull. Binding magic. This spell restricts the target's movement. Once restrained, the skull lost its ability to attack. Seizing the moment, Shane swung his lightning-wreathed blade down. Perfect force. Just like before, the strike shattered the skull into black mist. Silver lightning crackled through it, drawing out another wave of piercing screams. It worked. Magic can't hurt it, lightning can. Frieren understood immediately. The moment the mist reformed, she wasted no time, binding magic struck again. Shane's lightning blade followed right after. The two coordinated seamlessly, beating the mist skull into a chorus of agonized shrieks. After several rounds, the once massive skull shrank with each strike, until it was no larger than a human head. Final blow. Filled with fighting spirit, Shane swung his lightning blade repeatedly, even throwing in a flourish. Just as he thought the battle was about to end, something unexpected happened. Another attribute on his sword was accidentally triggered. Flashbang Blue Rare, swing the blade to unleash a powerful burst of white light, blinding all targets within range for 3 seconds. Ah, my eyes. With Shane's scream, both he and the skull were blinded at the same time. The moment he lost his vision, Shane realized his mistake. Why did I put flashbang on a melee weapon? This should have gone on throwing knives or a bow. Now he was done for. Whether the skull even had eyes or could be blinded, he didn't know. But he knew he was in serious trouble. Frieren reacted as quickly as ever. The instant Shane was blinded, her defensive magic activated. But to her surprise, the skull neither attacked nor showed any sign of being blinded. Instead, after the flash, the black mist was completely dispersed. The skull transformed into a gentle white mist, which slowly enveloped Shane. It hurts so much. Help me. Mom, save me. Mom! My leg. Ah, help! Please save me. Someone, please. Shane couldn't see, but he could hear countless voices around him, men, women, elders, children. They were crying, pleading for help, filled with unbearable pain. And among them, he heard that terrifying, manic voice. Ha ha ha. It's all for humanity's final victory. Teacher, we're almost there. Almost there. In an instant, he understood who those voices belonged to. They were the victims of that hooded figure, the ones reduced to blood and shattered limbs in failed experiments. Shane's heart felt like it had been struck by a hammer. If he hadn't been lucky enough, he might have been one of those voices. He quietly listened to their fragmented words. They didn't even know what had happened. Their bodies had been torn apart by magic, their souls dragged into darkness. They didn't belong to this world. They wanted to leave, to return home, but it was impossible. They were trapped in a lightless magical prison, reduced to ghosts wandering the mines. Day after day, their souls were eroded by darkness, consumed by hatred, until they lost their memories and forgot who they once were. All that remained was obedience, to guard the secret deep underground. A few days ago, the dungeon had collapsed and been destroyed. They lost their shelter, left with nowhere to go. The resentment accumulated over 1,000 years finally erupted. They possessed the townspeople, trying to use human hands to rebuild the dungeon. Now, that resentment controlling them had been shattered. Their memories returned. They no longer wanted to return to that magical prison. They wanted to go home. But rootless souls could not reach the heaven of eternal rest. And they could never return to their distant homeland. Please help us. Please, help us. Endless pleas echoed in his ears. Shane slowly opened his eyes, his vision had returned. The black mist and skull were gone. In their place stood a small girl, tears streaming down her face. Her body, formed of white mist, looked thin and fragile, while the surrounding darkness eagerly tried to gather around her again. She stared at Shane, then gently smiled and tilted her head upward. Shane looked at her in silence for a moment, then spoke softly. Extract. In an instant, a faint blue light was pulled out and hovered before him. The girl's form shattered into particles of magic and completely dissipated. Obtained attribute, Rootless Soul. Chapter 13, FAH Chapter 13, The Echo of Great Luck. 1,249 words. Spring sunlight filtered through the window and spilled across his face. Warm and comfortable. Shane rubbed his lower back. He had stayed up until midnight working with Frieren, and it had exhausted him. Fortunately, aside from a few scrapes and some fright, the townspeople hadn't suffered any serious harm. Phew. He let out a long breath. What happened last night had deepened the shadow in his heart. He was genuinely worried about his safety now. What exactly was that madman in the hood planning? Had he done something to him? Those questions had kept him restless all night. He didn't want to become a rootless ghost, and he definitely didn't want to turn into a puppet of flesh and blood. The Grand Library of Goston City. He remembered that was the name the receptionist at the Adventurers Guild had mentioned. If that place housed rare grimoires, then maybe it also contained texts like History of Magic or Chronicles of the Sages. He wanted to find out exactly who that mad sage named Charles was. Once I figure it out, I'll scatter your ashes to the wind. Shane gnashed his teeth. Just as he was about to pack up and head out to find some food, he saw the pants he had taken off yesterday. He had almost forgotten the most important task. The situation last night had been special. The blue attribute Rootless Soul he had extracted had been temporarily enchanted onto the pants. Now, he finally had time to reforge it. Attribute extraction. With a mental command, 3 blue points of light instantly appeared before him. Auto-cleaning. Constant temperature. Rootless Soul. The pants, now stripped of their attributes, disintegrated and vanished. He didn't care. Focusing his mind, he merged the 3 points of light into one and activated attribute reforging. A flash of eerie purple light shimmered and the reforging succeeded. Great luck purple epic. You are the chosen child of fate. Luck stat max. Those around you are also affected to a certain degree. Oh. Shane's eyes lit up. This attribute was amazing. As long as he was lucky enough, swords and spears would have to curve around him. Another means of survival secured. But, staring at the small purple light, he hesitated. Such a powerful attribute, attaching it to equipment or clothing felt like a waste. If he applied it to himself, what if? Wait, what am I even thinking? Being able to get great luck is itself a sign of great luck. If I'm already lucky, there's no way anything could go wrong. Attribute imbue. The light flowed, and a streak of purple energy descended onto his forehead. The great luck attribute was successfully enchanted. And then, as expected, the unexpected happened. Shane fainted again. This time, he was experienced. In the instant before losing consciousness, he adjusted his posture so he wouldn't fall face first, instead collapsing neatly onto the bed. A comfortable faint. Just as he was feeling proud of his quick thinking, a cool breeze brushed past him, and he suddenly realized something very important. Wait, my pants. I'm not wearing. Before darkness swallowed him, the last thing he heard was the sound of his own teeth grinding and someone knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Shane, are you awake? Good afternoon, Shane. Hey Shane, want some sweet afternoon tea? Walking down the street, Shane was greeted warmly by everyone around him. Overnight, his and Frieren's names had spread throughout the town. Everyone was grateful to the two of them for saving the town. The mayor had taken the lead in organizing a bonfire celebration for the evening to celebrate everyone's safety. Now, the men were busy building the bonfire structure and hanging ribbons. The women gathered to clean vegetables and prepare dinner and drinks. The children ran around in white sheets, pretending to be ghosts, laughing and playing in groups. Everything looked warm and full of life. Shane wandered around, munching on an apple a strange girl had stuffed into his hands. You know, saving the world actually feels pretty good. After strolling around twice and eating 3 apples, 2 cucumbers, and a bag of chestnuts, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Patting his round stomach, he had to admit enthusiasm could sometimes be a burden. Sigh. Standing in front of the inn, Shane hesitated. The whole reason he had been wandering outside was to avoid Frieren. This time, he hadn't fainted as long as before. After all, he had only enchanted 1 purple attribute, and the mental strain was far less than the 3 golden attributes last time. So he had woken up after just 2 or 3 hours. When he woke up, no one else was in the room, and the door was closed. So he wasn't sure whether Frieren had seen anything she shouldn't have after knocking. Logically speaking, Frieren was polite. She probably wouldn't, right? No, when has she ever considered whether it was convenient for others? She'd definitely just knock and walk right in. This is so embarrassing. How am I supposed to face her now? Shane covered his face and sighed. He wandered around until night fell and the town grew lively, but he still didn't see Frieren. At first, he thought it was good, no awkward encounters. But then it started to feel strange. Where was she? Inside the inn room. Frieren lay lazily on the bed in a white nightgown. Her legs were raised and casually propped against the wall, her head hanging off the edge of the bed upside down. In her hands, she held a grimoire, reading intently. Her white twintails dangled in the air, swaying gently with her small movements. She had already declined the mayor's invitation. For her, such lively celebrations weren't particularly necessary. Besides, she didn't think she had contributed the most during the town's crisis, so it didn't matter whether she attended or not. Compared to that, lying in the room reading was far more relaxing. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Frieren kept reading, ignoring it. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. She turned another page. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside was persistent. Frieren closed her book and sat up. Raising her hand, her staff appeared. With a light tap in the air toward the door, it swung open on its own. Outside, Shane stood at the entrance, holding a full plate of desserts in his left hand and casually swinging 2 bottles of alcohol in his right, grinning foolishly. Knew you'd be here. Here, there were a lot of desserts at the party, so I brought you some. Before Frieren could refuse, he walked in as if he owned the place, sat down, and shoved the desserts into her hands. Thank you. Frieren looked at the crystal pudding in her hands. Though her expression remained calm, her eyes clearly brightened as she stared at the dessert. Shane didn't miss that detail. He remembered very clearly Frieren's favorite dessert was crystal pudding. Ahem, I also brought 2 bottles of good wine. The brewer said they were specially made for us. It's a cocktail brewed using the glowcap mushroom we picked in the dungeon. Supposedly, if you drink it, you'll see the goddess. Hearing that, Frieren finally showed interest. She had traveled from the central lands to the southern continent for the sake of finding 2 good bottles of wine. She had once promised Heiter that after he died, she would place 2 bottles of good wine before his grave. Chapter 14, FAH Chapter 14, Speak Your Heart Clearly. 1,234 words. Shane found himself surrounded by a group of ladies. The enthusiastic innkeeper and her friends were extremely reluctant to see him go, stuffing bread and fruit into his arms one after another until he could barely keep up. He turned his head and looked toward Frieren, who seemed isolated from all this warmth. The elf girl stood in front of the statue of Himmel's party, tilting her head up as she stared at it in silence, lost in thought. The party that once defeated the Demon King, now the hero had passed away, the priest had grown old, the dwarf had withdrawn into seclusion. Only Frieren remained, wandering the world alone, traveling in solitude. Shane sighed. He forcibly stuffed the bread in his arms into Frieren's hands, then pulled her along to say their goodbyes. She seemed unaccustomed to such a scene, her expression a little stiff. But when a child happily offered her a piece of candy, a gentle smile still appeared on her face. Carrying a pile of food, Shane and Frieren waved farewell to the townspeople who had come to see them off, setting out on their journey toward the nearest trade city, Goston City. Frieren, you should say your goodbyes properly when you leave, Shane said as he walked, constantly waving behind him. Frieren's expression remained indifferent. If you do that, won't it be awkward when you meet again next time? Shane paused at her words. That sounded like something Himmel once said. Although Frieren had changed a lot under Himmel's influence, deep down she was still a cold elf. Rather than change, it was more like she was a child who had lost her family, awkwardly imitating the adults she remembered. This slow, unperceptive elf had lost her people at a young age, and over the long years, she had lost her teacher and her companions as well. Her long lifespan hadn't brought her comfort, only prolonged loneliness. A trace of sympathy surfaced in Shane's heart. That guy Himmel, really cunning. He had buried his feelings along with himself. For someone like Frieren, who continued living on, once time had passed and she finally realized those feelings from the past, how could she resolve the indescribable guilt of remembering how indifferent she had once been? Shane didn't agree with that way of doing things. Who says people will definitely meet again after parting? For humans, time is cruel, that's why you should say your goodbyes properly. Even if you never meet again, your feelings at that moment will have already been conveyed. And the one who receives them will, someday in the future, be glad that they responded properly back then. After saying that, Shane raised his hand as if to pat Frieren's head, but stopped halfway and lowered it again. He didn't want to lecture her about life. He just hoped that this lonely elf would have fewer regrets in the long life ahead. Frieren silently pondered his words without giving any clear response. After walking quite a distance, she suddenly stopped and glanced back at the town. But in the end, she said nothing, turned around, and continued forward. Along the way, Shane happily hummed a tune. Unfortunately, it sounded so terrible that it kept earning him dirty looks from Frieren. He didn't mind. Being able to convince Frieren to travel with him made him genuinely happy. Flashback to last night. I do need a vanguard. Frieren took a bite of pudding and spoke slowly. You're strong, but your body is too frail. I'm afraid you wouldn't be suitable for the role of a vanguard. True, I'm not a pure warrior. But I can give you these 2 bottles of fine wine, and also cover our travel expenses. Frieren fell into thought. My journey is very long, and my route is rather arbitrary. That works for me, I want to see other places too. How about adding a dessert to every meal? Frieren gave up thinking. Party formed. It had to be said, Shane had a way with words. As they walked, they chatted. Shane asked many questions about adventurers, and Frieren patiently explained each one. When he asked how to improve mental strength, Frieren frowned. As a warrior, shouldn't you be concerned with increasing your strength? Why are you interested in mental strength? Because I have a dream. Shane casually pulled out an apple, wiped it on his sleeve, and took a big bite. I want to become a magic swordsman someday. I see. Frieren thought for a moment, then explained. For mags, the amount of mana determines the upper limit of their magic. Mental strength represents how precisely they can operate within that limit. Only those born with strong mental strength can display true magical talent. With a soft motion, Frieren summoned her staff and lightly waved it at a pile of stones by the roadside. Instantly, the stones fused together, forming a wobbly humanoid puppet that began dancing under her control. This is the magic that manipulates stones like puppets. It's an interesting trick. It doesn't look very offensive, but... As she spoke, Frieren slightly raised her staff. With a crisp sound, the stone puppet visibly compressed, becoming denser and more solid than before. Then, the controlled stone puppet suddenly sprang forward and kicked Shane. Oh! Everything he was holding scattered across the ground. He clutched his leg, hopping around in pain. Frieren calmly added, like this. A mage with higher mental strength can control magic more precisely, increasing the power of otherwise ordinary spells. Shane nodded quickly. Got it, got it. Seriously, this was supposed to be a lesson, no need to turn it into a hands-on demonstration. Then how do you increase mental strength? Shane pressed on. It's like mana training, you increase it through meditation and sitting, requiring the accumulation of time. However, compared to increasing mana, the growth of mental energy is extremely slow. Also, there is one difference: if training is improper, mental energy can increase inversely. Inversely? Yes. Whether it grows in a positive or negative direction, both can maintain high-level magical control. But a mage whose mental strength grows in reverse will eventually lose their sanity and fall into madness. Fall into madness. Shane was reminded once again of those crimson eyes. By Frieren's explanation, mental strength was somewhat like a morality system in a game. It could grow positively or negatively. He'd better be careful when training. One mistake, and he might end up becoming a lunatic. Warriors who wish to learn magic like you are rare, but not unheard of. Eisen once mentioned that he had a friend who was a magic warrior, Frieren said after thinking for a moment. Perhaps I can introduce you to Eisen. He knows more about this than I do. The dwarf Eisen. Shane knew he was called the strongest warrior, with explosive stats, incredible durability, and absurd resistance. He could dive straight off a mountain and walk it off. Frieren had once invited him to serve as the vanguard during her travels, but he declined, saying he was too old. If there was a chance in the future, Shane would like to learn some combat techniques from him. Just as he was thinking about it, a voice called out from the road ahead. Hey, want a ride? Shane looked toward the source of the voice, and his eyes lit up. It was a merchant caravan. Chapter 15, FAH Chapter 15, A Family Spanning Two Lands. 1,211 words. Thank you. Meeting you really helped us out. Shane smiled as he expressed his gratitude, thinking to himself that the great luck purple epic attribute truly lived up to its name. His luck was undeniable. People should help each other, after all. Inside the carriage, the merchant uncle nodded to the driver, and the wagon continued forward. My name is Lot Norm. I'm the chairman of the Norm Merchant Association. Our association operates inns and restaurants across several nearby towns. Are you two traveling? If you need anything, you might consider staying at one of our Norm chain inns. Shane couldn't help but sigh in admiration. What a businessman. No wonder he was the chairman. The Norm Merchant Association? Frieren's attention was caught by the name. Is it the same Norm from the Northern Plateau? Oh, it seems you've heard of our family. The merchant uncle looked a little proud. That's right, that Norm. Both of our branches come from the same family. Our ancestors were once nobles of the Central Lands, but were exiled due to smuggling. Later, one branch rose to prominence in the Northern Plateau, while the other, my branch, settled here in Goston City. I see. Frieren's gaze shifted slightly as she asked, your account books don't connect between the two branches, right? Chem. It's nothing, Frieren muttered quietly. Haha, since the two places are so far apart, we only stay in touch every few years. Naturally, there's no shared business. But if you ever travel to the Northern Plateau, I can write you a letter of introduction, maybe you'll even get a discount. No need, Frieren refused immediately. Beside her, Shane glanced left and right. His instincts told him something was definitely off about her reaction. Shared account books. Could it be that during the Heroes Party's campaign against the Demon King, they ran up a tab with the Merchant Association and never paid it back? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the carriage suddenly shook violently. The driver at the front tightened his grip on the reins, struggling to control the horses, but it was useless. The frightened horses neighed wildly and began to bolt in panic. The merchant uncle, clearly experienced, immediately dropped flat onto the carriage floor. Shane grabbed tightly onto the carriage frame and leaned out to observe. He quickly realized that the 3 wagons in their convoy had already been scattered, each fleeing in a different direction. Behind their wagon, 3 grey wolves were chasing relentlessly. Seeing this, Frieren raised her staff and fired an attack spell toward the wolves. The spell struck one of them, sending it flying with a yelp, but the remaining 2 continued the pursuit without hesitation. They didn't seem afraid of magic at all. The 2 wolves howled toward the sky as they ran. Frieren glanced at them and quickly made her judgment. They're familiars of a monster. Familiars? What does that? Before Shane could finish his question, the entire carriage lurched violently, lifting straight off the ground into the air. The driver was flung into the carriage, and everyone tumbled wildly. In the critical moment, Shane drew his long sword and drove it forcefully into a gap in the wooden floorboards. Using the hilt to stabilize himself, he reached out and grabbed Frieren just as she was about to be thrown out. The merchant uncle and the driver clung tightly to the carriage frame, wrapping their limbs around it to avoid being flung away. Shane looked toward the front of the carriage. The horses pulling it had been seized by a massive bird, impaled through its talons. The giant bird was rapidly ascending, dragging the entire carriage and its passengers hundreds of meters into the sky. Frieren, what do we do now? Dangling in midair while supporting both his and Frieren's weight, Shane felt his arms on the verge of being torn from their sockets. The monster is a bird-type beast. Very cunning. It's good at concealing its mana and controlling animals as its servants. Those grey wolves were likely assisting it in hunting. Now's not the time for a lecture. Shane gritted his teeth. Then we'll just kill it. She raised her staff, calmly preparing to attack. Shane's eyes widened. Wait. If you kill it now, what happens to us? We'll fall. Frieren paused for half a second to think. I can use flight magic to land safely with the merchant uncle. You can act as a meat shield for the driver. Me? A meat shield? More like a meat pancake. Shane nearly threw her off in frustration. Think this through properly. Can't you do it? Of course I can't. I see. Then we'll have to endure until it lands. Shane almost coughed up blood. His mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. Kill the monster and let the carriage fall. Right before it hits the ground, use flight magic to stabilize it. Can you do that? No guarantee, but I can try. While they were still discussing, the merchant uncle began to lose his grip. His body suddenly slipped downward, almost falling out of the carriage. There was no time left. Shane immediately swung his arm, forcefully throwing Frieren toward the front of the carriage. Understanding his intent instantly, she adjusted her angle midair and fired a spell directly at the giant bird's head. The bird didn't even have time to react before its neck was gone. The carriage lost its support and began to plummet. In that instant, Shane felt his soul leave his body. Just before crashing into the ground, Frieren activated flight magic, enveloping the entire carriage. Boom! A moment later, dust filled the air. Broken wood and shattered wheels were scattered everywhere. Frieren looked around, plucked a leaf from her hair, and remarked, it actually worked. Then a weak groan came from beneath her. Frieren, I think I'm dying. She quickly lifted herself off Shane's back. Sorry. Shane let out a long breath. Phew. I almost saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Not far away, the merchant uncle and the driver were both unharmed, though the final impact had terrified them. The horses were gone. The carriage was wrecked. Looking at the mess, everyone still felt lingering fear. Fortunately, no one was injured. Usually, the worst we encounter during trade runs are bears or wolves. I never expected to run into a monster this time. We were lucky to meet you today. When we get back to Goston City, you must come to the Norm Inn. No matter how long you stay, it'll be free. Shane had no time for pleasantries. He raised a hand to stop the merchant uncle and signaled everyone to be quiet. Then he walked over to a nearby bush and reached out to touch one of its leaves. The bush was stained with thick blood that hadn't completely dried yet. Around it, branches were snapped and trampled, as if a fight had taken place here. He scanned the surroundings cautiously. The sun had begun to set, and the forest was growing dim. Flap, flap. A flock of birds suddenly burst into the air from the nearby woods. Shane's hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword. Stay close. Don't get separated. Chapter 16, FAH Chapter 16, The Goddess's Monastery. 1,192 words. Using blood as a sample, Frieren cast tracking magic, and faint, chaotic footprints gradually appeared on the ground. Those pale blue magical footprints twisted and overlapped, leading deeper into the forest. There are 3 people. Frieren crouched beside the prince, studying the disordered traces as she tried to reconstruct what had happened. One person is badly injured. Another is supporting them. And the third seems to be an elderly person. Is there an old man in the caravan? At Frieren's question, the merchant uncle shook his head without hesitation and pointed at the driver. There were 3 wagons in the caravan, each with 2 people. Aside from us, the other 4 are all young. Hearing this, Shane fell silent for a moment. He had no doubt in Frieren's magic or her combat experience. So something must have happened that they didn't know about. Frieren, have there been demons in the southern lands that look like a human? Shane asked. Frieren shook her head. Because the southern lands are so far from the Demon King's castle, after the Demon King was defeated, powerful demons rarely appeared here. Only scattered monsters show up from time to time. And I don't think these are demon footprints. If they were, the other 2 wouldn't have left footprints at all. Shane nodded. He'd been too tense, he'd forgotten the demon habit of eating humans. Since it wasn't the worst-case scenario, things were manageable. There was still a good chance the missing caravan members could be found. The forest is dense, so that giant bird monster can't fly in here. But we can't rule out ordinary beasts. Stay close. Don't get separated. Shane took the lead, following the magical trail deeper into the forest. The merchant uncle and the driver, who had no combat ability, stayed in the middle. Frieren walked at the rear. The group of 4 moved slowly. The southern forest was full of insects and small creatures. Shadows occasionally darted past their feet. Shane walked ahead with his sword, staying highly alert. But after a long time, they still saw no sign of anyone. As the moon climbed higher through the treetops, Shane began to feel something was off. A few minutes later, he raised a hand to stop everyone. This is the 4th time we've passed this crooked tree. Hearing that, Frieren walked around the tree once, resting her chin on her hand as she thought. My mana detection hasn't sensed any monsters nearby, and I haven't noticed any illusion-type magic circles, so. She paused, then continued, did we get lost? Shane pressed a hand to his forehead. Is there any magic that can guide you in the right direction after getting lost? Magic is a world of imagination. How could someone imagine the correct direction while being lost? If you could imagine it, you wouldn't be lost in the first place. Right. The logic of magic really was, oddly reasonable in an unreasonable way. After thinking for a while, Shane clapped his hands. In that case, there's only one solution. He sheathed his sword in one smooth motion, stepped forward, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted from deep in his chest. Hey! Is anyone there? Anyone there? There. His voice echoed through the silent night forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. Even the merchant uncle beside him was stunned. Hey, won't that attract? Shane waved a hand dismissively. No need to worry. We've been walking in circles here and nothing's attacked us. That means it's relatively safe. Frieren also said there are no demons nearby, and even if there were, we have her. So he decided to gamble on his great luck. Sure enough, a miracle appeared. A small yellow light flickered in the depths of the forest. It swayed gently as it slowly approached them. As it came closer, Shane finally saw clearly it was a lantern. The one carrying it wore a priest's robe. His face was aged, his back slightly hunched, and he limped as he walked, but his presence was calm and steady. Greetings, travelers. My name is Beryl. I am a priest practicing asceticism here. It's a pleasure to meet you. The forest at night is dangerous. Would you like to come to my place and have some hot tea to warm yourselves? Those lines felt strangely familiar. Shane suddenly had the odd sensation of not knowing what era he was in. Following the priest's tone, he tested, Sir, we're looking for lost companions. Have you seen 4 young travelers pass by? Companions, what a word filled with beautiful memories, the old man sighed. Back then, I also had many companions until I took an arrow to the knee. No need to dwell on the past. Come with me. The people you're looking for are this way. Seeing things unfold like this, Frieren blinked, then glanced at Shane with a hint of approval in her eyes. So this was the effective method for dealing with getting lost. The house the priest mentioned was actually a monastery. Very old-fashioned. Very simple. There was no massive bronze bell, no statue of the goddess, only thick moss covering the stone walls like a wool blanket. When the priest pushed open the creaking wooden door, they saw 4 young men resting in the courtyard, some sitting, some standing. The merchant uncle rushed in first. He carefully checked each of his companions, patting one, examining another, repeatedly expressing his relief that everyone was safe. The priest stood watching them, a gentle smile on his face, his expression full of kindness. Shane, however, felt puzzled. The monastery wasn't small, and it was lit, so how had they circled the forest so many times without noticing it? As if reading his thoughts, the priest explained. Because wild beasts often appear in the mountains, I set up a barrier around the monastery. Hearing this, Frieren frowned slightly. I didn't detect any traces of magic barrier. The priest smiled. You're a mage, aren't you? This isn't an ordinary magical barrier. It's the goddess's barrier. The goddess's barrier? That's right. I've spent my entire life interpreting the Heaven and Earth Paradise chapter of the scriptures. A few years ago, I discovered this barrier within it. It has defensive power comparable to magic barrier, and it can hide everything inside from detection. Even mana detection can't sense it. As he spoke, he opened the scriptures in his hand, a text recording the deeds and commandments of the creation goddess. Countless priests throughout history had tried to interpret its chapters and extract divine magic from it. Now, the page of the Heaven and Earth Paradise chapter was filled with dense annotations. The priest gently caressed the text, a trace of pride appearing on his aged face, his voice devout and firm. This is the most perfect barrier created by the goddess. Shane nodded unconsciously. It really was perfect. Then suddenly, he froze. Because he saw a line of information appear on the scriptures in the priest's hands. Goddess's barrier. Type, magic barrier. Effect, provides a powerful protective barrier and conceals everything within it. Status, not learned. Chapter 17, FAH Chapter 17, A Selfless Ideal. 1,270 words. What can I do to get my hands on that magic trait? The scripture was something priests carried with them at all times, using it for recitation and spellcasting. There was no way he could just ask for it outright. Shane quietly pushed himself up from the hard floor and carefully stepped over the snoring merchant uncle. The moon hung high in the sky. The monastery was silent. Aside from the snoring from the small wooden cabin behind him, there were only the occasional chirps of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Following the faint light, Shane arrived outside Beryl's study. Scratch, scratch. A small oil lamp sat on the wooden desk. Beryl was seated before it, holding a quill, continuously copying something down. Perhaps because the light was dim, or perhaps due to his age and failing eyesight, he would set down the quill after writing each line, pick up the book in front of him, bring it closer to the lamp, squint at it for a while, then set it down again before continuing to write. As a result, the scratching sound of the pen on paper became intermittent. Shane quietly listened to the movements inside, thinking about what to do. Say he wanted to learn magic. But such advanced goddess magic required one to become a priest in order to learn and use it. He wasn't ready to give up worldly desires just yet. And yet, he couldn't just ignore such an incredible trait right in front of him. Unlike those basic healing or disease detection spells, Goddess's Barrier was practically a divine artifact. If he ever encountered a powerful enemy in the future, he could just hide in some random corner, activate the barrier, and even someone at Frieren's level wouldn't be able to find him, let alone ordinary monsters. Unless the Demon King revived, he'd basically be invincible. A spell of this level, he had to find a way to obtain it. Inside the room, the priest remained unaware of Shane beneath the window, fully focused on copying the text. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. The oil lamp was refilled several times, yet the priest never stopped writing. Who? Chem? Where is that snoring coming from? After an unknown amount of time, the priest was interrupted by the sudden sound of snoring. He slowly stood up from the desk, walked to the window, and leaned out to take a look. At that moment, Shane was half sitting against the wall, having unknowingly fallen asleep. The priest smiled faintly and said nothing. He turned back, took his coat from the back of his chair, and gently draped it over Shane. The next day, Shane jolted awake and sat up abruptly. He looked around in confusion. It was still the same small wooden cabin where everyone had rested the night before, and he was still in the same spot on the floor where he had fallen asleep. When did I come back? Or, was it all just a dream? Did I never go out at all? As he muttered to himself, Frieren walked in. She handed him a small piece of black bread and said expressionlessly, "The old priest said you didn't sleep well last night, so he told you to rest more. This is the breakfast he left for you." After saying that, Frieren turned to leave. But when she reached the doorway, she looked back and added, "Please sleep properly at night. The old priest already has trouble moving, and carrying you was quite hard for him. Don't cause trouble for the elderly." She gave Shane a serious look before leaving. Shane scratched his head. What kind of absurd situation was this? And what was up with that old man? Seeing someone appear outside his room in the middle of the night and not asking anything, even carrying him back? That was way too trusting. No. If I want that life-saving magic, I need to come up with a plan fast. After thinking it over, he decided to get closer to the priest during the day, build some rapport and play the emotional angle. Back at the study, Beryl sat at the wooden desk just like the night before, diligently copying a text. Perhaps due to long hours of work, he would stop every few lines to rub his eyes or his neck. Shane pushed the door open and greeted him. "Sir, may I help you copy the texts?" Hearing this, Beryl's face lit up with a smile. "Oh, young Shane, you want to help copy? That's wonderful. I was just in need of someone to assist." "No problem. Where should I start?" Under the priest's guidance, Shane held down the worn book with one hand while quickly transcribing its contents onto blank pages with the other. The old book was filled with annotations written by the priest. As Shane copied, Beryl explained things to him from the side. Working together, their efficiency increased dramatically. What would have taken the priest several days to copy alone was completed by Shane in just half a day. Excellent, excellent. The content is complete, the handwriting is neat, and the annotations are perfectly accurate. You've met every requirement flawlessly, and your speed is beyond expectations. Shane, you truly are a blessing sent by the goddess. Beryl praised him repeatedly, making Shane feel a little embarrassed. "May I ask, why do you copy these books?" Hearing the question, Beryl smiled and closed the book in his hands. His aged hand rested gently on the cover as he spoke solemnly. Because I want to pass the goddess's magic down to future generations. He said that in his youth, he had traveled across the southern lands, witnessing soldiers wounded in war and children who died from plagues. The loss of those innocent lives had pained him deeply. From that moment on, he resolved to dedicate his entire life to deciphering the goddess's magic to find ways to heal more people. I am a priest without much talent, unknown and unremarkable. This is the greatest contribution I can make to humankind. Training alone in the mountains is the hardest part, the loneliness. But every time I recite the scripture, I gain the courage to keep going from the goddess. Shane, you are the most outstanding young person I've ever met. Many travelers have passed through this monastery before you, but you are the only one willing to help me copy these messy texts and to listen to an old man's stories. With young people like you around, the future of humanity is truly something to look forward to. As he spoke, he looked at Shane with kind, gentle eyes, patted his shoulder, and thanked him sincerely once more. Shane felt his face burning. What kind of development was this? This wasn't right. He had approached with ulterior motives, secretly coveting the man's scripture, and yet he was met with such genuine kindness. What was he supposed to do now? After exchanging a few awkward pleasantries, Shane made a hasty retreat. Oof. He turned a corner too quickly and ran straight into the merchant uncle. Sorry. Ah, Shane. I was just about to look for you. We found a carriage nearby and plan to set off for Goston City early tomorrow morning. I wanted to ask, will you and Frieren be traveling with us? Hearing that, Shane glanced back at the study not far away. The struggle in his heart ultimately outweighed his desire for magic. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life regretting today. All right. We'll leave together tomorrow morning. Chapter 18, FAH Chapter 18, Goston City. 1,176 words. Early the next morning, the old priest cooked porridge for them and even added some medicinal herbs to strengthen the body, praying for their safe journey. Shane stood beside the carriage with two heavy dark circles under his eyes. Last night, the little angel and little devil in his head had fought all night, neither side winning. In front of him, Beryl held the scripture and cast healing magic on each person in turn, making sure none of their previous injuries would leave lasting effects. When it was Shane's turn, the priest paused for a moment. It seems you didn't rest well last night, Shane. He stared straight at the scripture and replied faintly, yeah. Young people have a lot on their minds. Beryl chuckled at that and extended the scripture toward him. Then I'll give you this scripture. I hope you can receive the goddess's blessing from it and be free of worries from now on. Huh? Shane thought he had misheard. You're giving it to me? Why? Because I believe the goddess would want me to do so. He looked at the scripture in his hands, at the bright, unmistakable magic trait on it, and his mood shot from despair to overwhelming joy. But this, it's clearly very precious to you. Sensing his gratitude and excitement, the priest took out a small wooden box and said with a smile, if you feel guilty about taking away an old friend that's been with me for decades, then help me deliver these manuscripts to the city hall in Goston City. The people there will know what to do with them. Deliver something? No documents. Shane immediately took the box. No problem. Leave it to me. The priest smiled in satisfaction. His life's research, everything he had analyzed and written about the scripture's goddess's barrier, was inside that box. Once the city hall received all the manuscripts and the Magic Association verified them, his work could be learned and used by many more people. Would his name have a chance to be remembered in human history? He couldn't help but indulge in a small moment of hope. Even after the carriage had traveled far away, they could still see the priest standing there, watching them off. Shane was in high spirits. Hugging the scripture to his chest, he waved continuously at the figure behind them. Frieren looked at the shrinking figure in the distance, then at him, and said calmly, at the end of their lives, priests have a habit. They pass down the old scripture they've carried their whole lives to the student they admire most, as a memento. Thud. Shane's waving hand accidentally struck his own eye. What did you say? I said that Beryl giving you the scripture means he admires you. Not that. The sentence before that. Frieren said nothing more and simply opened her grimoire. His mind went blank. He slumped down, staring at the scripture in his arms, all the joy from before gone in an instant. Beryl was old, very old. He had known that the priest didn't have much time left. But he had never imagined that it might be today, or tomorrow, that this kind old man would leave the world. He looked at the wooden box entrusted to him for delivery to Goston City, and an inexplicable sadness welled up inside him. A person's decades of life, reduced in the end to a small box. He turned back and looked once more toward the monastery. The kind figure standing by the road, watching them off, was no longer visible. The carriage rocked gently along the road. Beside him, the merchant uncle and his workers were already asleep, leaning against the carriage walls. Next to him, Frieren's head bobbed slightly, on the verge of falling asleep. Sitting at the back of the carriage, Shane turned the scripture over and over in his hands, unsure how to use it. 4 equipment traits, all he had to do was extract and then assign them. But what about magic traits? Goddess's barrier. Type, magic barrier. Effect, provides a powerful protective barrier and conceals everything within it. Status, not learned. He scratched his head. What exactly counted as learned? After struggling for a while, he decided to try extracting it. With a thought, the magic trait separated from the scripture like an enchanted attribute, turning into a tiny point of light. Before he could do anything else, that small light instantly dissolved into magic particles and merged into his body. In that instant, he felt like the blood in his veins was boiling. An indescribable surge of pleasure shot straight to his head. Whoa, this feeling. He couldn't help gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist and tilting his head back, feeling like even his toes were exploding. Frieren was startled awake by his movement. She looked at him with sleepy confusion. He forced himself to act normal, doing everything he could to keep from letting out a satisfied sound. Magic really was incredible. The journey was uneventful, and the carriage arrived smoothly at Goston City. It was a grand trading city, situated across a vast river valley plain, facing the Neck Mountains to the north and bordering the White Sand Valley to the south. It was not only a hub for merchants, but also a strategic military location. At the city gate, the crowd was bustling. Whether entering or leaving, everyone stood in long lines. Guards were stationed on both sides, questioning each person and inspecting their belongings. Even the goods of merchant caravans had to be opened and checked one by one. Seeing this, the merchant uncle was surprised and quickly sent one of his workers to inquire. Before long, the worker returned. The gate guards said that a few days ago, an unknown force attacked Goston City. General Glux also discovered spies inside trying to steal the city's defense plans. So the Lord ordered the gates sealed. Now everyone entering or leaving must show identification. Without it, no one is allowed through. Hearing this, Shane's heart tightened. Identification documents. It had been 3 years since he transmigrated. During that time, he had either been scavenging in dungeons or studying traits in inns. He had never paid attention to something like identification. Was this basically this world's version of an ID card? He didn't have anything. What was he supposed to do? Would he be mistaken for a spy and executed? That would be ridiculously unlucky. As he was thinking, he saw Frieren beside him pick up her suitcase, hop lightly off the carriage, and, without hesitation, turn around to leave. Shane, let's go somewhere else. He was confused at first, then suddenly realized. Frieren didn't have identification either. Why are you looking at me like that? What am I supposed to do about it? Human governing bodies keep changing all the time. There's no way I can keep up with all those identification papers. The white-haired elf spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Chapter 19, FAH Chapter 19, Not the Typical Path. 1,174 words. So this is what you meant by somewhere else. Shane crouched behind a tree, unable to hold back his complaint. Frieren crouched beside him, silent. 2 hours earlier, they had arrived at the gates of Goston City, only to be stopped outside due to lacking identification. With the city currently under threat from an unknown force, even the merchant who tried to vouch for them and offered to pay a deposit couldn't persuade the guards to let them in. That is a very responsible soldier. Frieren had even praised the guard at the time. Then, the next moment, she dragged him to sneak along the base of the city wall. The moon had already climbed high in the western sky. Outside the city, everything was eerily quiet. A row of torches flickered atop the battlements, their red glow moving slowly as the patrolling soldiers cast long, slanted shadows. After observing for a moment, Frieren whispered, "Once they pass, we'll run to the base of the wall. You can swim, right?" "I can, but..." Shane felt like he had to say something. This plan was far too reckless. If they got caught, it would definitely lead to serious trouble. But before he could figure out how to phrase it, Frieren had already stood up and dashed forward. Left with no choice, he followed. Between their position and the city wall lay a moat over several dozen meters wide. The water wasn't deep, but it was spring, and the river was freezing at night. Shane cautiously stepped one foot in and instantly shivered. Beside him, Frieren didn't wait. The elf raised her staff and walked gracefully across the water, her steps light and elegant. She ran straight to the other side without even getting the hem of her dress wet. Shane stared in disbelief. As expected of a high-tier mage, even sneaking around looked elegant. Muttering a complaint under his breath, Shane resigned himself and slipped into the water, slowly swimming forward. Frieren glanced at the movement of the torchlight atop the wall and urged, "Hurry." Finally, just before the patrolling soldiers returned, Shane managed to climb ashore. He wrapped his arms around himself, shivering as he stood against the wall, pressing his back tightly against the cold stone, trying to keep his teeth from chattering as he silently waited for the patrol to pass. Whoosh! After confirming it was safe, Frieren waved her staff. A spell to dry clothes landed on Shane, and instantly, a warm current spread through his body. His soaked clothes dried in an instant. Shane felt like he had come back to life. Then, just like before, Frieren grabbed the back of his collar and activated flight magic, lifting him into the air as they swiftly crossed over the city wall. They landed successfully inside the inner city just as the patrol turned back, the red torchlight sweeping past once more. The timing was perfect. Just as Shane let out a sigh of relief, Frieren suddenly stepped back. "This is bad." She tossed out those words and immediately turned and ran. Shane was completely baffled. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. There were patrols inside the city too, and there was a curfew. The streets were completely empty. "Who's there?" "Intruders. Stay alert." The soldiers reacted swiftly and began chasing in their direction. Unfamiliar with the terrain, the two could only dart through alleys at random. More and more soldiers joined the pursuit, and it was becoming impossible to evade them. "Don't you have a make people fall asleep magic?" Shane complained. "Attacking soldiers is a serious crime. You'll be executed." "This won't work." Shane quickly scanned the surroundings, his mind racing. "Got it." He pulled Frieren into a shop along the street. Luckily, it was a tailor shop. He quickly threw open all the front and back windows, creating the illusion that they had jumped out to escape, then decisively dragged Frieren into a corner and crouched down. Goddess's barrier activated. Buzz. An invisible barrier silently spread through the air, concealing everything within it. Frieren sensed the fluctuation of energy beside her but had no idea what it was. She looked at Shane in surprise, about to ask, when he suddenly covered her mouth. At the same moment, 3 soldiers burst into the shop. "Where are they? Where did they hide?" Their voices woke the shop's owner. On the wooden stairs leading to the second floor, a small green-haired girl appeared. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, clutching a stuffed doll, rubbing her eyes as she mumbled sleepily. "Big sis, are you working late again?" She even pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. But when she opened her eyes and saw the 3 soldiers downstairs, her little head froze completely. At that moment, the person she had called Big Sister, wearing a long night robe, hurried down behind her and pulled her into an embrace. "Yubel, don't be afraid. Big Sister is here." The little girl reacted a beat later, tears welling up in her eyes. But she bit her lip and didn't cry, only clutching her sister's clothes tightly. Her sister gently patted her back, soothing her. "Officers, may I ask what's going on?" We're pursuing suspicious individuals. We saw figures enter this house just now. Have you seen or heard anything? No, sir. We were asleep upstairs. We were only just awakened. Apologies, Would you mind if we search the place? All right. But please don't frighten my sister. With permission granted, the soldiers began searching, checking cabinets, under tables, even the upstairs rooms. The sounds of rummaging echoed through the shop as the two sisters stood by the stairs, waiting nervously. After a thorough search, they found nothing. The three soldiers frowned and returned to the first floor, carefully examining the layout. One of them pointed at the open window. Could they have jumped out and gone somewhere else? Possible. Notify the other patrol units to stay alert. I'll report this to General Glux and request additional manpower to search nearby streets. We cannot allow spies to infiltrate again. Apologies for disturbing you so late at night. Please understand our duty to protect Goston City. After nodding in apology, the soldiers finally left. The tailor shop returned to silence. Big sis. It's all right. Just a misunderstanding. The suspicious people the soldiers mentioned, are they bad people? Don't overthink it. Maybe it was just a lost kitten. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Come on, I'll sleep with you tonight. The little girl called Yubel still looked unsettled. Her sister gently picked her up, humming a lullaby as she carried her back upstairs. Resting her head on her sister's shoulder, the girl's eyes wandered past her, toward the corner of the first floor. Her brows furrowed slightly as she murmured, "Maybe it's two kittens." At that moment, hiding in the corner, Shane's heart skipped a beat. Did the little one notice something? Yubel? That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Chapter 20, FAH Chapter 20, Whose young master is this? 1,276 words. After the scare, the two of them waited in the tailor shop for a long time. Only after confirming there were no more sounds upstairs did they finally relax. Since we don't have anywhere to stay anyway, let's just make do here and sneak out at dawn. Frieren nodded, then carefully looked Shane over. She stroked her chin, thought for a moment, and asked in a low voice, "So, are you a priest now?" Shane blinked in confusion. "From what I saw earlier, you used the magic that old Beryl analyzed, Goddess's barrier, right? We were right in front of them, and they still didn't notice us. That spell is really amazing. As far as I know, Goddess magic can only be used by priests who carry a scripture. So does that mean you've changed classes and become a priest? Or, maybe a warrior monk?" Hearing her words, Shane didn't know how to explain it for a moment. The scripture had already collapsed after extracting its attributes. In truth, he could still use goddess magic without holding it. But that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that he himself didn't know what class he belonged to anymore. If he said he was a warrior, his physical stats weren't high enough. If he said he was a mage, that felt forced. And if he said he was a priest, he absolutely refused that. Priests had to stay single for life. Even if someone begged him to take that role, he would absolutely refuse. After thinking for a while, a word suddenly popped into his mind. "I'm going with a multi-class build." Chem. The elf girl tilted her head in confusion. Shane raised an eyebrow at her, putting on a mysterious expression that seemed to say everything without saying anything. They didn't chat for long before Frieren started nodding off. Shane watched the little white-haired head bobbing up and down, smiled, reached out, and gently adjusted her posture so she could lean against his shoulder. At dawn, a thin mist draped the city like gauze, and the air still carried a hint of the night's chill. The streets were slowly waking up. Cargo wagons rolled past one after another, their wheels leaving faint muddy tracks on the road. A long line had already formed outside the bakery, the scent of freshly baked bread drifting through the air. Women stood with baskets hooked over their arms, copper coins in hand, exchanging cheerful morning greetings. Shane, with dark circles under his eyes, dragged along a swaying Frieren as he walked through the crowd. Last night had been like a nightmare. He knew Frieren had terrible sleeping habits, but he hadn't expected them to be this terrible. He hadn't slept at all, constantly on guard against assassination. One moment she'd change positions, the next she'd change again, either slapping him or kicking him outright. Sigh. This was nothing like the wonderful night sleeping beside a white-haired twin-tailed elf beauty he had imagined. He needed to find an inn immediately. He couldn't take this anymore. At the entrance of the Norm Inn, after confirming the name on the sign, Shane walked straight to the counter and took out a letter from his clothes. It had been given to them by the merchant uncle yesterday when they couldn't enter the city. He had promised that the free lodging offer would remain valid. By presenting the letter, they could stay at any Norm Inn in nearby towns. Shane wasn't about to waste such a free opportunity. Good morning, Please take a look at this letter and prepare 2 rooms for me. Thank you. Behind the counter, the innkeeper, who had been checking the account book, looked up. The moment she saw Shane, her eyes lit up and a bright smile spread across her face. Good morning, young sir. She leaned forward to take the letter from his hand. As she did, her ample chest pressed heavily against the counter. For a moment, Shane felt like the counter had dipped under the weight. Yes, this is Lord Norm's seal. She quickly scanned the letter, handed it back, and continued, 2 rooms, correct? No problem. Please follow me. As she led the way, the innkeeper kept glancing back at Shane, growing more pleased each time. It gave him goosebumps. When he woke up again, it was already noon. The inn only provided simple meals, bread, juice, and the like. Shane found the bread too hard and wanted something better. Back when he had no money, he could make do. But now he had over 20 silver coins, he was a rich man. He could afford to be picky. Besides, the most important thing when arriving somewhere new was tasting the local cuisine. After asking the innkeeper for recommendations, Shane and Frieren headed to a restaurant called Pink Bubbles. It was said that their dessert, frosted strawberries, was the most popular in all of Goston City. The moment Frieren heard that, she was immediately interested. The restaurant was packed, and it took Shane quite a while to find a corner seat. Under the waiter's guidance, they quickly placed their orders. Shane kept it simple, 2 signature dishes. Frieren kept it even simpler, 1 of every dessert. Hey, 1 of everything? Can you even finish that? Frieren chuckled mischievously and gave a reason Shane couldn't argue with. I can eat them from noon until night. Should I say I expected nothing less from you? While they were waiting for the food, a commotion suddenly broke out in the restaurant. Shane looked up. At a table near the entrance sat 3 people dressed like adventurers. They were glaring angrily at a blonde boy in front of them, slamming the table loudly. With the noise all around, Shane could only catch fragments. Something about how without a warrior, no one could hold the front line, something about how an adventuring party without a priest was nonsense. Clearly, it was a disagreement over forming a team. That was common enough. Shane had encountered it before. After all, teamwork depended heavily on compatibility. What puzzled him was why it had escalated so badly in public. I've already said it, no warriors, no priests. Only mags are qualified to join me, Brug, in exploring the dungeon. The boy being confronted looked about 17 or 18, with short blonde hair and a frivolous attitude. As soon as he said that, everyone in the restaurant turned to look. One of the 3 adventurers, provoked by his words, even drew his weapon, only to be restrained by the others. Shane frowned. Why did he sound like some pampered young master? He looked more closely, and then it clicked. He really was one. Behind the blonde boy stood an old butler in a tailcoat and bow tie. Beside the butler were 2 beautiful, notably busty maids. The refined butler reached into his coat, took out 3 silver coins, and handed them to the adventurers. Thank you for coming to the interview, but unfortunately, you are not the type of companions my young master prefers. Please accept this as compensation and leave. Seeing the gleaming silver coins, the 3 men exchanged glances. Their anger subsided somewhat, and they eventually took the money and left. With the conflict resolved, the butler raised his left hand to his chest and spoke in a low voice. Young Master Brug, I must remind you, the dungeon known as the Inverted Land is a high-level instance. Many adventuring parties have entered and never returned. The City Hall issued a ban this morning, temporarily halting all exploration. Even if you find companions, You won't be able to go. Chapter 21, FAH Chapter 21, Targeted. 1,150 words. Phew. I'm so stuffed. After leaving the restaurant, Shane rubbed his swollen belly as he walked toward the city center's city hall. Honestly, compared to the barbecue, beer, and spicy crayfish from his previous life, even the best chefs in this other world couldn't hold a candle to a proper home-cooked meal. But if you had spent 3 days in a forest monastery gnawing on black bread and drinking plain water, then the sizzling roasted ribs and steaming cream mushroom soup would feel like pure salvation. Frieren, of course, felt even more saved. Shane glanced sideways, watching the elf girl beside him gently pat her stomach, her eyes half closed in contentment, basking in the spring sunlight as if she might melt from happiness at any moment. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, girls who love sweets are all adorable. The city hall stood at the center of Goston City, the heart that managed all affairs and kept the city running in order. The moment he stepped through the entrance, Shane felt a slight discomfort, like a brief surge of static passing through his body. The feeling lasted only an instant. Confused, he looked at Frieren. She explained, "This is magic that can identify demonic beings. Since some demons look almost identical to humans, they can easily blend into crowds by hiding their horns with clothing or magic. That's why major cities and fortresses set up this kind of magic at important locations." I see. Thinking back to the layered defenses they encountered last night, Shane immediately gained a favorable impression of the city's ruler. A cautious ruler could minimize unnecessary casualties to the greatest extent. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A beautiful receptionist in a fitted black uniform approached them. She wore a gentle smile, her every movement graceful and composed. Even her voice and tone felt soothing, like a spring breeze. Shane couldn't help but admire her. High-end talent indeed. "Hello, my name is Shane. I was entrusted by Priest Beryl to deliver a manuscript." As he spoke, he took out a wooden box and handed it over. After receiving it, she glanced at the emblem, opened the box, and skimmed through the thick manuscript inside before nodding in satisfaction. "You've both worked hard. This is indeed Mr. Beryl's notes." With this final analytical manuscript, the new magic he deciphered from the scripture can officially begin testing and be recorded into the magic archives. "I must say, Mr. Beryl is truly an exceptional priest. His research will surely influence future generations." Shane felt relieved. The old man's lifelong work hadn't been in vain. "To thank you both for your help, the City Hall has prepared a small token of appreciation." "Please wait a moment. There's extra payment." Shane was pleasantly surprised. The receptionist carried the manuscript away. In the blink of an eye, she returned to her spot, the wooden box now replaced with a small envelope in her hands. Her speed was so fast that Shane's eyes couldn't even keep up, leaving him deeply impressed. But before she could hand over the envelope, an extremely frivolous voice echoed from the entrance. "Who decided to seal off the inverted land? Hurry up and undo it for me." Shane instantly recognized the voice. It was the same blonde young master who had caused a commotion in the restaurant earlier. Behind him were the same old butler and 2 maids. With one hand in his pocket, he swaggered into the hall, deliberately stopping at the very center. He tilted his chin arrogantly and continued, "This young master is going to conquer the dungeon. Whoever set up that barrier, remove it now." Hearing his rude demand, the receptionist's expression didn't change at all. Her smile remained warm. "I'm sorry, sir. The city is currently under lockdown. To ensure the safety of adventurers and guard against potential attacks, all exploration activities have been temporarily suspended." "Then give me a special permit." "I'm sorry, sir. The City Hall's orders do not allow for exceptions. Please wait patiently until the restrictions are lifted. Then call the person in charge. I want to speak with him." "I'm sorry, sir. Lord Ross and General Glux are both attending a city defense meeting and are unable to receive you. If you wish to meet them, I can schedule an appointment. The nearest available time is 4 days later in the afternoon." Watching their exchange, Shane was completely stunned. Amazing. Truly high-end talent. Faced with the blonde youth's rudeness, The receptionist remained calm and composed, handling everything with ease. Every response was flawless, while the blonde youth was already getting irritated after just a few lines. "What's with all these restrictions? I think you're targeting me. Do you have any idea what I could do right now?" Bang! A loud explosion cut him off. Before the young master could finish his threat, something suddenly appeared inside the city hall. 3 golem constructs, each over 2 meters tall, leaped down from the tops of the stone pillars, forming a triangular formation that surrounded him. Shane was surprised. He looked up at the pillars and noticed that each one had 4 smaller golems perched on top. There were 4 pillars in total. That meant, as expected of the city hall, the defenses were impeccable. The receptionist still wore a gentle smile, her attitude as kind as ever. But the 3 golems in front of her radiated a chilling killing intent. The blonde youth was stunned by the sudden turn of events, his words stuck in his throat. Fortunately, the old butler behind him understood the situation. He immediately stepped forward, shielding the young master while bowing slightly in apology. "Please forgive my young master's unintentional offense. We will take our leave at once." Hearing this, the receptionist smiled graciously and said nothing further. She returned to Shane, handed over the envelope with both hands, and bowed slightly. "This is a small token of appreciation from the city hall. Please accept it. Once again, thank you for your help." In that instant, Shane felt a burning glare pierce into his back. He didn't need to think to know who it came from. Shane sighed. Whether in his past life or this one, he hated dealing with troublesome people the most. He quickly accepted the envelope and left with Frieren. However, the more you tried to avoid trouble, the more it sought you out. Just as they stepped out of the city hall and walked a few steps away, that irritating voice called out from behind. "Wait!" The blonde youth appeared in front of them in a flash, blocking their path. He ignored Shane and stared excitedly at Frieren, rudely sizing her up from head to toe. "Are you the Mage Frieren from the Heroes Party? I'm the Great Mage Brug. Let's team up and conquer the dungeon together." Chapter 22, FAH Chapter 22, Anti. 1204 words. Shane had never seen someone so shameless. What kind of very powerful mage introduces himself like that? Who does that? And trying to poach my teammate right in front of me? Looks like this brat needs a lesson. No. Before Shane could even open his mouth to fire back, Frieren answered concisely from the side, rejecting him outright. The blonde boy froze for a moment. Thinking Frieren hadn't understood him, he raised his hand and summoned a staff, repeating himself, "I really am a very powerful mage. Teaming up with me won't be a loss for you. And I don't want gold or treasure, everything in the dungeon can be yours. How about it? Sounds like a great deal, right?" He was very confident. But Frieren was even more so. "No." The blonde boy bristled again. For a split second, Shane even felt like he was about to swing his staff. But miraculously, he held himself back. "Think about it, Frieren. As long as we team up, we can easily clear a dungeon at the level of the inverted land. This is a perfect chance to become famous. By then, everyone in Goston City will be praising our deed. Hey, are you even listening to me?" Frieren walked straight past the chattering blonde boy, completely ignoring him. Shane almost laughed. A chance to become famous? That was probably the one thing Frieren needed the least. Sometimes, you just had to admit eloquence wasn't something everyone possessed. As Shane passed the frazzled boy, he gave him a look full of sympathy. After finally shaking off the troublesome guy, Shane couldn't help but laugh. Frieren looked at him, puzzled by his sudden amusement. "I just remembered when I first invited you to form a party. So, do you regret teaming up with someone like me, good for nothing except being handsome?" Frieren's expression remained calm as she replied, "You're not good for nothing. You're brave when facing monsters, and when we run into trouble, you always come up with a solution quickly. You're a reliable teammate." Shane, who had only been joking to lighten the mood, froze for 2 seconds when he heard Frieren's serious praise. His heart suddenly felt warm. Even if she was an emotionally dense elf, her judgment was spot on. Most importantly, You said you would provide travel funds, Frieren added. She held out a small hand toward him. Now then, sponsor of this journey, please give me some silver coins. That last reason really didn't need to be said. From reliable teammate to walking wallet, how did his status keep dropping? You're going to keep your word, right? Frieren asked. Why did this feel like he'd just been cornered? A man's honor couldn't be questioned. With a sigh, Shane reached into his pocket, pulled something out, and placed it in Frieren's hand. Here. The moment she saw what it was, Frieren's eyes widened. Shane snorted proudly. Knew you'd like it. Easy. Goston City Grand Library half-price coupon, unlimited use store-wide. It was one of the rewards he had just received from the City Hall. Frieren stared at the coupon, her eyes practically glowing. Can we use it right now? Right now? Shane glanced at the setting sun. It was already close to evening. If they went now, the library would probably close soon. But before he could object, Frieren had already grabbed the coupon and teleported to the next street corner. Hey, stop hesitating. Let's go. Shane shook his head and followed helplessly. Goston City Grand Library. Located slightly north of the city center, it was a circular marble building with a domed roof, carrying a strong charm of the ancient Roman era. The receptionist was a white-haired old man. After briefly explaining the different sections of books, he returned to his seat and resumed reading. Frieren headed straight for the grimoire section, happily browsing. In no time, she had already stacked 2 or 3 books in her arms. The petite elf carried magic books larger than her face, swaying as she walked. From behind, she looked like a clumsy little penguin. Seeing how excited she was, Shane figured she wouldn't stop until she had picked at least 10 or 20 books. So he headed to the magic history section himself. His gaze swept across the shelves, searching for any clues about that mad sage, Charles. The Unified Empire era. Sage. From time to time, he pulled out a book, flipped through the table of contents, and after confirming it wasn't what he needed, moved on to the next. Thanks to the boost from accelerated thinking, his ability to comprehend these dense texts had improved significantly. But even so, searching through this ocean of books still felt like looking for a needle in a haystack. The setting sun shone through the windows, casting the last traces of light into the room. Tiny dust particles floated visibly in the beams. Shane pulled out a thick black book with gilded edges titled History of Continental Magic. A section in the table of contents, Court Sages, caught his attention. He quickly flipped to the page, and the very first line made cold sweat break out on his back. During the Unified Empire era, in order to strengthen its power and accelerate its southern expansion, the Empire established the position of Court Sage in addition to Court Mage. Court Mags were originally founded by Frieren's teacher, Flam, the progenitor of human magic. The first generation of Court Mags were almost all Flam's disciples. It was precisely through these pioneers that magic spread rapidly across the human world, continuously evolving and surpassing other races, becoming something uniquely dominant. Unlike Court Mags, Court Sages were not trained, they were recruited from all over. These brilliant scholars gathered together to provide stronger equipment and armor for both mags and ordinary soldiers, allowing the Empire to crush its enemies more efficiently during its expansion. Alchemy, forging, all normal enough. Wait. Shane's finger traced along the page as his brows slowly furrowed. As the Empire expanded and continued to win wars, the royal family and nobility grew increasingly decadent, giving rise to a pursuit of immortality. The research focus of the court sages shifted from war support to the exploration of immortality magic. During this time, Sage Charles discovered a set of revolutionary magical theories within the notes left behind by the great sage Uig of the mythical era, sparking widespread discussion among the sages. The record ended abruptly there. Shane hurriedly flipped to the next page, nothing. Another page, still nothing. That single paragraph was the only mention of Charles in the entire history of continental magic. Unwilling to give up, he grabbed several more books about the Unified Empire period. Aside from mentioning the title Court Sages, none of them contained any further information about Sage Charles. Shane leaned against the bookshelf, feeling a bit dejected. Humanity's ultimate victory? Immortality? The mythical era? The notes of great sage Uig? These scattered terms churned together in his mind like a tangled mess. Just what was that mad sage planning? Just as his head felt like it was about to explode, a faintly smug hum came from behind him. Shane, look what I found. Chapter 23, FAH Chapter 23, Shane's first time. 1,119 words. Magic that keeps cup handles from burning your hand. Magic that prevents eyelashes from falling out when rubbing your eyes. Magic that stops toenails from growing into the flesh. Looking at the huge pile of grimoires Frieren had carried over, Shane felt extremely conflicted. Girl, your taste is really something else. Hehe, what do you think? They're all amazing grimoires, right? The white-haired elf, completely oblivious to Shane's mood, hummed proudly. Ah, whatever. It's rare to see you this happy. Let's go. Time to check out. The elderly receptionist was also startled when he saw the large stack of books Frieren brought over. Putting on his reading glasses, he carefully compared each title against a long price list beside him. 6 books in total. With the half-price discount, the total comes to 19 silver coins. How much? 19 silver coins, sir. Shane nearly choked. Even at half price, it's this expensive? And they're all weird little everyday spells. If these were combat spells or powerful defensive magic, wouldn't the price be astronomical? Raising a mage really does burn money. After paying, Shane was left with only 1 silver coin. He squeezed his now deflated wallet and silently sighed. Time to figure out how to make money. Just as he was feeling down, the corner of his eye caught sight of a short bookshelf beside the counter. Only 4 or 5 books sat on it, but each one was about 20 centimeters thick like bricks. Curious, Shane walked over and picked one up. Magic. Type. Magic. Effect. Status. Not learned. What's going on? Why is everything question marks? Shane squeezed his eyes shut, focusing his mental energy to appraise it again. A wave of dizziness hit him, and he had to grab the shelf to steady himself, barely avoiding passing out. He immediately realized his mental strength was too low. He couldn't activate the effect of wisdom under a simple mask, so he couldn't simplify and directly grasp the grimoire in front of him. That's why all the information appeared incomplete. Are you interested in that grimoire, sir? If you want it, I can offer an additional 1 silver coin discount on top of the half price. Another 1 silver coin discount. I don't even want to know the original price. Sir, why are these books placed here separately? Are they defective? The old receptionist smiled. No defects. They're displayed here intentionally. These are some of the most powerful spells in the entire hall. However, their learning difficulty is extremely high. Ordinary mags could spend their entire lives without even getting started, so they've never been sold. They're placed here in case any mage takes a liking to them as collectibles. Collecting grimoires, huh? Shane glanced at Frieren. To his surprise, her gaze hadn't even brushed those brick-like books. She was completely focused on the ones she picked, happily packing them up. On the way back from the Grand Library, Shane remained absent-minded. Even the airheaded Frieren noticed. No need to feel regret over not buying that grimoire. The one you saw, if I tried to analyze it, it would take over 100 years. And after that, it would take several more decades of practice to fully master it. For humans, such magic is simply impossible. Some spells created in ancient or even mythical eras are extremely difficult to analyze due to their complex theoretical logic and operation methods. Most of them also have very strict usage conditions. From a practical standpoint, they're not particularly appealing. Shane nodded. Frieren's explanation made sense. For ordinary people, that was indeed the case. Many mags likely spent their entire lives analyzing a single spell, making no progress until their dying breath. That was the limitation of a human lifespan. But he was different. He possessed wisdom under a simple mask, allowing him to simplify all magic into concrete attributes and master them directly. Yet despite having such a powerful passive skill, his mental strength was too low to make use of it. Wasn't that like dying of thirst next to a well? Raising his mental strength couldn't wait. That night, Shane began his first attempt at cultivation. It was his first time, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Following Frieren's earlier instructions, he sat cross-legged on the balcony, facing the cool moonlight, and began meditating. The night breeze brushed against his face, gradually calming his mind. He focused on sensing the blood vessels and bones within his body, trying to find the ripples of magic within. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Shane opened his eyes. He was about to fall asleep, yet he hadn't felt anything at all. Is this right? Goddess's barrier, activate. Buzz. A ripple spread through the air, and a transparent barrier formed within a 1-meter radius around him. Magic worked. Then why couldn't he sense the magical ripples within the body that Frieren mentioned? Because you don't have any mana. Not even a little. While flipping through a grimoire, Frieren answered Shane, who had come to her room for advice. You don't have the aptitude to become a mage. But since you can use divine magic, it means you have the talent to become a priest. You should consider training as one, recite the scripture, strengthen your faith, and become a devout priest. No way. I'm not practicing some magic that requires staying single for life. Is there really no other way to train? Frieren put down her book and thought for a moment. There is one. What is it? It's the training method of a sage. A sage's training method? Shane frowned. He didn't recall seeing anything about sage training in the magical history texts he read earlier. The sage lineage has been lost for over 1,000 years. I only heard a few mentions of it from my teacher, Flam. It's similar to a mage's meditation, but instead, the practitioner must try to control their mental energy. Control mental energy during meditation? How does that work? What exactly should I do? Frieren shook her head. The sage lineage had long been lost, so even she didn't know the details. Back in his room, Shane pondered this idea of controlling mental energy for a long time, and a faint guess began to form. When he focused, he could use his mental energy to extract attributes. Could it be that a sage's training was to continuously extract attributes? Like grinding monsters to level up, extract more attributes to strengthen mental energy, and stronger mental energy allows extracting even more attributes. Looks like he still had to go back to the dungeon and keep picking up scraps. Chapter 24, FAH Chapter 24, Little Yubel. 1,125 words. Early the next morning. Shane deliberately got up early. Today, he planned to visit the city's Adventurers Guild to check nearby dungeon information and start planning his scavenging business. Good morning, Mr. Shane. The usual. The beautiful innkeeper stood behind the counter, smiling like a blooming flower as she held out warm milk and bread. Shane took them naturally, adding a bit of praise along the way. Thank you, my beautiful lady. This is the most perfectly warmed milk I've ever had. You must be the best milk warmer in all of Goston City. Such a simple compliment made the innkeeper laugh sweetly. After asking her to wake Frieren before lunch and deliver breakfast to her room, Shane left the inn. He strolled leisurely down the street, observing the surrounding shops while calculating possible ways to make money. After looking around, nothing seemed particularly suitable for him. Ha ha ha, Yubel is going to be a bride. Going to be a bride. Going to be a bride. Wah! I don't want to be a bride. Wah! Turning a corner, the sound of children's laughter reached his ears. Shane looked over. He had unknowingly walked back to the tailor shop where he had hidden that night. Not far from the shop, near a wall, 2 boys around 8 or 9 years old were circling a girl of the same age with green hair, laughing mischievously. The girl was none other than the tailor shop's little sister, Yubel. Colorful ribbons were draped all over her head and body, the boy's handiwork. It was obvious she didn't like being called a bride. She looked extremely wronged, clutching a cloth doll in one arm while rubbing her eyes with the other, crying softly. Her sobs were faint, as if she was trying hard to suppress them so others wouldn't hear. Shane sighed. This kind of scene, young boys teasing girls they liked, he hadn't seen it in years. It was oddly nostalgic. He stepped forward, grabbed one boy in each hand, and stopped their antics. Squatting down, he began to lecture them seriously. You can't do that. When you like a girl, You should treat her gently. You can't use this kind of method to get her attention, it only ruins how she sees you. With just that sentence, both boys froze. A few seconds later, their faces turned tomato red, and they started stuttering. Who likes Yubel? I don't like her. Yeah, me neither. I don't like crybabies. After saying that, they shoved Shane away and ran off in a flash. Don't like her? Yeah, sure. If they stayed any longer, their faces would have started steaming. Shane couldn't help but smile. Boys at that age were always like this. Instead of expressing their feelings directly, they teased the girls they liked. The more they liked someone, the harsher the teasing. And when the girl got angry and scolded them, it felt like a reward. No matter the world, boys were the same when they were young, simple and honest. All right, the bad kids have been chased away. Good girl, don't cry anymore. He smiled gently and comforted the girl. Next time someone makes a joke you don't like, you should say it out loud bravely. Just crying won't help. Seeing Shane stand up for her and speak so kindly, Yubel finally stopped crying. She lowered her head shyly, fiddling with her doll as she spoke in a muffled voice. I want to yell at them too, but if I do, my sister inside will get worried and come out right away. Then she won't be able to focus on her work anymore. What a thoughtful little girl. Compared to those mischievous brats, soft and gentle girls like her were much more endearing. It's good that you care about your sister, but you shouldn't always endure everything yourself. If you get hurt and your sister finds out later, she'll definitely feel guilty and sad. Shane helped remove the ribbons from her body, patiently guiding her. The girl pursed her lips stubbornly. If I could use magic, that would be great. I'd just cut these annoying ribbons apart. Then they wouldn't dare bully me anymore. Well, kids loved to fantasize. Wait, why does that magic sound familiar? Magic that can cut almost anything. Shane suddenly realized who this green-haired girl was. Yubel. The conceptual monster Yubel. A magic that could cut anything. As long as Yubel believed something could be cut, it would be cut no matter how hard it was, what material it was made of, even a person. As long as she believed it could be cut, it would be. He abruptly stood up, staring at the little girl in disbelief. He couldn't imagine how this obedient, considerate child would grow into a being that cut down anything in her path. A pair of dead, emotionless eyes, practically a demon wearing a human face. Thinking of that, Shane unconsciously took a step back. Uncle, what's wrong? The girl tilted her head, hugging her doll, her eyes filled with innocence. Shane swallowed. After calming himself, he decided to say anything to try and nudge her future, even just a little. If you ever have magic that can cut anything, you must be careful how you use it. Why? Because magic is powerful, but also dangerous. If you can't control it, what if you hurt someone? If they tease you, it's enough to teach them a lesson. But if you accidentally hurt or kill them, your sister would definitely be heartbroken. Then as long as I control it, like this much. She stretched out her hand to measure. 3 meters, no, 5 meters. If I only cut from that far away, would that be okay? Even if you can control it precisely, you should think first. Think about why they're acting that way. What are they feeling? Maybe they're just joking. Anyway, try to understand others a bit before making decisions. Understand others. Think about their feelings. Yubel frowned, tilting her head as she tried to process his words. She didn't fully understand them. But since the kind uncle said it, it must be right. She should think about it carefully. Seeing her expression, Shane finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. As long as she was willing to think, it was enough. Thinking of the future cold killer and comparing it to the soft little girl before him, Shane shivered. I hope your personality improves at least a little in the future. The Adventurers Guild in Goston City was far more impressive than the ones Shane had seen in small towns before. Inside, there was a dazzling array of magical items, weapons, and equipment. As he entered, he happened to run into a team selling their loot. Chapter 25, FAH Chapter 25, Dungeon Patrol Mission. 1,155 words. The Adventurers Guild Ramiel Region Headquarters. The hall was spacious and brightly lit, far more impressive than the small-town branch Shane had seen before. The layout, however, wasn't much different. The potion section and equipment section were filled with dazzling goods, more refined in design and greater in variety. Of course, they were also much more expensive. Wait, why is there even an advertisement here? Behind the service counter, hanging on the wall, was something like a banner. A highly skilled mage is recruiting teammates with a hefty reward to conquer the Inverted Land dungeon. Those interested, please contact. With wording that flashy, there was no need to guess it had to be that hot-headed blonde noble brat. Still not giving up, huh? TSK, youth really is full of fire. Shane walked up to the counter. Just in time, an adventurer party was selling their loot. Their team had completed a patrol mission in a dungeon outside the city. They had also gathered some ores and herbs along the way. Each of them carried a bulging sack, their harvest quite abundant. Shane watched the loot with envy, practically drooling. 3 units of iron ore and 2 units of hemostatic herbs, total, 85 copper coins. Alright, maybe not that envious. Shane sighed. Even picking up scraps had its hierarchy. This kind, grabbing anything off the ground and hauling everything back, was the lowest tier. He was different. He always believed in recycling and reuse. Selling enchanted items was the real path forward. Dungeons Patrol Mission was a routine task regularly issued by the Adventurers Guild. Its purpose was to commission adventurer teams to inspect nearby cleared dungeons, preventing monsters from respawning or dangerous beasts from settling in. At the same time, they checked if anyone had gotten lost or trapped inside. The rewards weren't great, but the missions were consistent. They would be issued again after a certain period. In the past, Shane would always find teams that accepted this mission and tag along under the excuse of just wanting to see the world, taking the chance to scavenge inside the dungeon. But now that he had Frieren, he didn't need to hitch a ride anymore. He could just take a mission himself. He spent 1 copper coin to buy an adventure-exclusive map of Goston City. Then he began selecting a target. The map was extremely detailed. It marked the locations of dungeons, special ores, rare magical materials, and more. It also thoughtfully indicated danger levels and highlighted the activity ranges of certain monsters. There were 3 dungeons near Goston City marked as low danger: Wailing Cave, Misty Swamp, and Ancient Dragon Temple. All 3 had already been successfully cleared. Unfortunately, none of these dungeons or their surrounding areas had ever yielded rare magical materials or special ores. Places like these were basically just for scavenging, collecting common ores and herbs like that earlier party, earning a bit of hard cash. But for Shane, right now, that was perfect. The more junk inside the dungeon, the greater his gains. Besides that, one name caught his attention: the Inverted Land. A bright red skull icon marked its danger level. High danger, not yet cleared. There was also a special note: since the advance investigation team failed to return safely, the available information on this dungeon was 0. What a terrifying note. Even the City Hall's advance team had vanished without a trace. That meant everything inside the dungeon was completely unknown. So this is the chance to become famous that blonde guy was talking about. Thinking of the warning from the beautiful receptionist at City Hall, Shane shook his head. Whether for fame or money, a place this dangerous, already listed as a forbidden zone and sealed off, was best left alone. After all, nothing was more important than staying alive. Only by living could one have everything. Hello, I'd like to accept the patrol mission for Ancient Dragon Temple. The reward for the patrol mission is 1 silver coin, with a time limit of 3 days. Would you like to purchase a dungeon map? I'll take one. By the time Shane returned to the inn, it was already noon. Frieren had just started eating breakfast. Watching her drowsily sip her porridge, Shane suddenly thought of something. Elves had small builds. Could that be why they ate so little every day? Sleep until noon, 2 meals a day. Sleep until the afternoon, maybe just 1. Thinking about it that way, always running at low power, no wonder their standby time was so long. That's how they lived so long. What are you smiling about? Nothing. Really? Oh, right, there is something. Here, take a look. We're heading out for a commission tomorrow. Shane handed over the dungeon patrol mission task list. Work. Frieren unfolded the list. 1. Inspect vegetation recovery around the dungeon. 2. Explore whether there are mineral resources inside and record their locations. 3. Check for any beasts residing in the dungeon. 4. Check for the presence of low-level monsters. The list went on and on, mostly inspections and records. So much work, we'll have to run around forever. There was a hint of reluctance in her voice. I heard that the ancient dragon temple was a place where ancient dwarfs worshipped a golden dragon. According to legend, golden dragons love collecting treasures, especially magical tools, Shane coaxed. The words magical tools instantly sparked her interest. She immediately changed her tone. Since it's work, we should take it seriously. Shane nodded. Good. When it came to handling elves, if he said he was second, no one would dare claim first. The two spent the afternoon preparing for the mission. Though the trip would only last 3 days, they would be staying overnight outside, so they still needed proper supplies. Of course. We really don't need this, do we? Shane followed behind Frieren, arms full of items, panting heavily. Right now, she had stopped in a pottery shop, staring at a round ceramic jar used for storing alcohol, hesitating. The jar was beautifully crafted, painted with soft colors and gilded patterns. It was indeed a fine household item. But obviously, it wasn't suitable for bringing into a dungeon. When visiting a dragon's home, you need to bring a gift. That's common sense, Frieren said confidently. Visiting? A gift? Do you hear yourself? Shane frowned. Or would you prefer to give them gold coins? So, a jar is better. He didn't understand, but whatever. It was just a jar. Shane resigned himself and took out his money pouch. The next morning. It took Shane a tremendous amount of effort to drag Frieren out of the inn. The white-haired elf walked with her eyes closed, leaning on her staff, swaying as she moved, barely managing 1 step at a time under the morning light. One in front, one behind, the two headed east from Goston City, toward the ancient dragon temple nestled among the mountains. Chapter 26, FAH Chapter 26, The Sound of Time. 1,168 words. Shane led the way, his long sword occasionally sweeping aside the weeds along the path. Frieren followed behind him, unfolding the outdated map provided by the Adventurers Guild and beginning to update it with new information. The river marked on the map had long since dried up. Shane crouched down and scraped at the silt beneath the riverbed, estimating roughly when the water had disappeared. This kind of information was crucial. It determined whether adventurers could find water sources in time while out in the wild. Frieren recorded everything faithfully. The two continued forward, passing by a patch of thorny vines that had already been burned to ash. Frieren stepped forward to examine them, confirming they were poisonous thorns that had been completely destroyed by magic, leaving no chance for regrowth. Most likely, some kind-hearted adventurer passing by had cleared them out. After confirming there were no lingering dangers, she erased the hazard marking from the map. Near the dungeon, Shane discovered a strange kind of stone. It looked like a potato, but its entire surface was a dark brown color. When tapped, it made a hollow thunk sound, as if it were empty inside. Frieren tried striking it with basic attacks. To her surprise, the entire stone exploded instantly, releasing a thick cloud of black powder like smoke, shooting up 2 or 3 meters high. Luckily, Shane reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have been covered head to toe in black. After checking the map, they realized it wasn't a stone at all, but an aggressive spore plant. If stepped on accidentally, it would launch someone straight into the air. Shane immediately put some distance between himself and those things. But Frieren suddenly grew interested. With a swing of her staff, crackling sounds rang out as one stone after another burst, sending columns of black smoke rising in succession. Boom, boom, boom. After walking for 2 hours, they finally arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The original temple had long since collapsed, leaving only a few thick pillars standing alone amidst the overgrown grass. Shane ran his hand over the intricate carvings on one of the pillars. Though the carvings had been eroded by wind and sand, becoming worn and indistinct. Traces of their former grandeur could still be seen in the delicate lines. Frieren, can you tell what story these carvings are depicting? It looks like a story about a giant dragon blessing the dwarfs. Frieren stepped forward as well, her fingers brushing over the weathered patterns. I once heard Eisen mention the legends of the dwarfs. Many of them still believe they are descendants of dragons. Descendants of dragons? Dwarfs? That's hard to imagine. After a brief inspection of the stability around the entrance, the two followed the remaining stone steps of the temple and entered. The entire ancient dragon temple was divided into two parts, the surface ruins and the underground chambers. The surface ruins were relatively simple. When adventurer parties first cleared the place, they had already wiped out the monster known as the three-headed lizard that once occupied it. Since then, no other low-level monsters had appeared. The underground chambers, however, were far more complex. There were two paths here, left and right. The left led to the dragon's tomb, while the right led to a dead end filled with traps. Shane glanced at the explanation on the map and couldn't help but chuckle. The dwarf's way of thinking really is simple and direct. Just a straight-up two-choice path. In any other dungeon, there'd be 10 different wrong routes designed to mess with you. Let's go. We'll head straight to the dragon's tomb. Wait. Chem. Frieren looked down at the outdated map in her hands, which now had quite a bit of new information recorded on it. After a moment of thought, she asked, the left and right paths marked on the map. They should be correct, right? Shane froze. Wait, was that even a possibility? The moment she said that, his confidence wavered instantly. He looked again at the two dark, gaping tunnels ahead. His earlier ease vanished, replaced by a serious expression. A two-choice path. If they chose wrong, the destination would be a trap-filled dead end. Left or right? Let's follow the map and check the left side first. Frieren suggested. Shane hesitated. Should he trust the map, or his instincts? Taking a deep breath, he decided to trust great luck. At times like this, nothing beat luck. He took out a coin, placed it on his thumb, flicked it into the air, and caught it. In his mind, he decided, heads meant left, tails meant right. When he opened his hand, it was right. Since we're already doubting it, let's start by exploring the right side. Frieren nodded, and the two entered the right tunnel one after the other. The passage was dim, visibility limited. Frieren channeled mana into the gem at the tip of her staff, causing it to glow like a lamp. Everything in the tunnel became clearly visible. After proceeding cautiously for a while, Frieren suddenly stopped. Wait. There's another mage hiding nearby. Those words instantly sent Shane's heart racing. How many? One. One mage, appearing deep within a low-level dungeon that had already been cleared. No matter how you looked at it, that didn't seem like a good sign. Shane quietly drew the long sword at his waist, holding it in front of him. He switched positions with Frieren, slowing his pace as he advanced under the light of her staff. After only a few steps, they came across a scattered pile of fine iron arrows. Clearly, someone had triggered a trap. Some arrows were embedded in the walls, others stuck into the ground, and a few had been knocked away by some external force, scattered across the floor. Shane crouched down and touched one of the arrows. It was cool to the touch, meaning the fight here had ended some time ago. He scanned all the arrows and found no traces of blood or torn clothing. From that, he could roughly judge that the other party was quite strong. He shot Frieren a cautious glance. The two continued forward. At the next corner, they found many oddly shaped fragments of stone scattered across the ground. Gargoyles, Frieren said softly from behind him. They've been shattered. Shane nodded. At this point, he could already tell the unknown mage hiding somewhere nearby was definitely powerful. He sincerely hoped that person meant no harm. Otherwise, fighting in such a narrow underground space could easily lead to mutual destruction. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden flash of light burst from the tunnel ahead, followed by a noticeable tremor shaking the ground. At the same time, a hoarse, muffled roar filled with fury echoed through the passage. Foolish human. Look at what you've done. The two exchanged a shocked glance. Frieren instantly teleported, vanishing from where she stood. Shane activated Sprint, turning into a blur as he rushed forward at full speed. Chapter 27, FAH Chapter 27, The Dragon's Soul is Pleased. 1,261 words. Want more chapters? 50 plus extra chapters are available on my Patreon. patreon.com/hard_worker. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At the end of the tunnel, dust billowed into the air. The surrounding stone walls had mostly collapsed. Through the hazy vision, a massive shadow emerged. Foolish human, you have destroyed my place of rest. I will make you pay the price. With that furious roar, the shadow erupted with divine might. A powerful shockwave surged outward, scattering the dust in all directions. Only then did Shane clearly see its form. It was a giant dragon. It had no physical body. Its entire form churned with dense black mist, like a soul condensed into shape. Looking downward, Shane noticed the ruins beneath the dragon's feet, a shattered stone monument. It was covered in obscure, incomprehensible runes. He couldn't read them, but he guessed they resembled an epitaph. He understood now, this must be the dragon's tomb. Frieren was hovering in front of the dragon's soul. Beneath her feet was a golden-haired youth lying unconscious on the ground. Shane glanced again. Yep. Still a familiar face. The arrogant young mage who thought highly of himself and desperately wanted fame, Berg. What was this guy even doing here? Shane was puzzled. But there was no time to ask. The dragon continued to unleash its divine pressure, whipping up stronger and stronger gusts. Shane staggered under the force, and even the stone pillars supporting the tomb looked like they might give way. Frieren, at this rate, the tomb will collapse. Shane shouted. Frieren had been maintaining a defensive spell to protect herself and the unconscious Berg behind her. Hearing Shane's warning, she glanced down, then casually flicked her staff, using a burst of magic to fling Berg behind a nearby rock. Thud. Shane clicked his tongue, hoping the guy's head was still intact. Then the two of them moved in perfect coordination. One cast binding magic, sending chains toward the dragon's soul, while the other began charging up, preparing to unleash his thunder's might. It had worked well against the ghostly skull earlier. Both being spiritual entities, they believed it should work against this rampaging dragon soul as well. Roar. Struck by lightning, the dragon let out a deafening howl. Golden electricity surged through the swirling black mist, driving it into even greater fury. It struggled violently, trying to break free from the chains binding it. But binding magic held firm. Unlike the ghostly skull from before, the dragon soul couldn't split apart. This made things easier for Shane. He continuously unleashed lightning strikes, his sword flashing again and again as it struck the target. Electrocution. Electrocution. Roar. Enraged beyond reason, the dragon soul suddenly stopped struggling. Wrapped in crackling lightning, it charged straight toward Shane. Frieren tightened her grip on the binding magic, trying to restrain it, but her strength was insufficient. The dragon dragged her along as it surged forward. The tide of battle flipped in an instant, and Shane's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was about to turn and run, a solid blue magic shield sprang up beside him. Boom! The dragon's soul slammed into the shield and instantly dispersed into nothingness. Shane turned around. The blonde noble stood there, one hand clutching his head, the other holding his staff. Good thing I woke up. Hey, rookie warrior, get back. Fighting monsters is something a great mage like me should handle. Shane, who had been about to thank him, silently closed his mouth. The guy was strong, but his mouth was insufferable. That wasn't a monster. It was an enraged dragon soul. What did you do? Frieren asked. The blonde noble rubbed his head, looking annoyed. I didn't do anything. I just came out for some fresh air and ran into a clueless magic wolf. I chased it here, killed it, and then ran into this, whatever dragon soul thing. You broke the dragon's tombstone. Well, how was I supposed to notice that in the middle of a fight? Frieren didn't say anything more. Shane could tell the noble hadn't done it on purpose. Still, if you woke a dragon from its slumber after who knows how long, it was only natural for it to be furious. Anyway, let's fix the tombstone first, Shane suggested. At the very least, they shouldn't give the dragon a second chance to come out. Frieren nodded. The two of them began gathering the scattered stone fragments, piecing them together one by one according to the carved patterns. Berg stood behind them, watching their efforts. After hesitating for a while, he awkwardly joined in, helping move stones and clear the tomb. But it was obvious the noble had never done manual labor before. The areas he cleaned looked no different from before. 2 hours later, aside from the completely collapsed sections, the tomb was mostly restored. The blonde noble sat off to the side, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Frieren cheerfully took out the painted ceramic jar she had bought earlier at the market. She placed it in front of the dragon's tombstone, then knelt devoutly behind it and began to pray. "What are you doing?" Shane asked. "Don't disturb me. I'm following Eisen's method to pray to the dragon god for wealth. Eisen said that sincere prayers will please the dragon's soul. Then the dragon will fill the jar with gold coins. The prettier the jar, the more coins it will hold." Looking at her earnest expression, Shane struggled to keep a straight face. Leaving aside whether dragon blessings were real, just looking at this crumbling, shabby tomb, if the dragon had gold, it would have upgraded to a luxurious resting place long ago. In every movie or show he'd seen, dragon lairs were piled high with gold and treasure. Nothing like this. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. He'd hoped to pick up some attributes during this trip. What? How can there be nothing? After finishing her prayer, Frieren peeked into the jar several times, disbelief written all over her face. Unwilling to give up, she tried again. Still nothing. Maybe because we just beat up the dragon soul, it's angry and won't grant blessings? Shane joked casually. To his surprise, Frieren nodded seriously, sighing with regret. She took out her map, adjusted a few markings, and the two of them left the tomb, heading back the way they came to continue their patrol in another direction. "Hey, wait for me." Berg hurried after them, sticking close to Frieren and chattering non-stop. He kept inviting her to the inverted land, loudly describing his grand plan to make a name for himself. It made Shane want to cast a silence spell on him. "Kid, it's dangerous for two mags to explore a dungeon alone. If your magic gets sealed or you run into something magic can't solve, you'll be in serious trouble. You'd better find a party with a priest and a vanguard." "I'm not afraid of danger." Berg completely ignored Shane's advice. "I'm the strongest mage in the entire Ramiel region. With my abilities, there's no danger I can't handle." Amham. "Then what about just now? That was an accident, right?" "An accident, Tilda. It really was. That dragon soul just appeared out of nowhere. I wasn't prepared." "Yeah, sure. You." The young noble exploded again. As they walked farther and farther away, none of them noticed. Behind them, in the quiet dragon tomb, the painted jar suddenly trembled. Then, gold coins began to appear inside it, rising like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the jar was filled to the brim. Chapter 28, FAH Chapter 28, 3. 1,154 words. Shane hummed a tune as he walked at the front of the group. He had originally thought this trip into the dungeon would end with empty hands, but unexpectedly, the harvest was quite plentiful. In another corridor, they had discovered a large number of discarded or damaged pieces of equipment left behind by adventurers, along with some magical tools that had already lost their function. As expected of a dead-end path filled with traps, any adventuring party that chose this route had suffered miserably, one worse than the next. Grey attributes. White attributes. Green attributes. All mine, all mine. He stacked every magical item he could find that carried attributes and piled them onto his back. Even with the bonus from weight reduction green uncommon, the towering stack still pushed him to his carrying limit. At the very least, there were dozens of attribute. If not for the fact that overusing his mental strength would make him faint on the spot, he would have fused all these attributes right then and there. "And what are you planning to do with all that junk?" The blonde young master followed behind Shane, staring at the heap of scrap metal on his back with clear disdain. You call yourself an adventurer, yet you can't even recognize value. This trash isn't worth anything. Even if you carry it back, you can only sell it as scrap at the blacksmith. Shane paid no attention to his words. It might not be worth anything now, but once he mixed and fused a few attributes, it would be worth a fortune. The one who doesn't recognize value is you. Roar. Suddenly, a loud and piercing roar echoed from straight ahead. A monster. Having just stepped out of the dungeon entrance, Shane reacted instantly. He threw everything he was carrying back into the tunnel and drew his sword in one swift motion. It's a three-headed lizard. Our commotion below must have attracted it, Frieren said. The three-headed lizard was a monster that originally gathered in the upper ruins of the ancient dragon temple. Ever since the dungeon had been cleared, they had almost disappeared, but there were always a few stragglers. This type of monster had 3 heads filled with sharp fangs. While it looked like a lizard, its body was even larger than a dragon's. These creatures preferred to gather in places with draconic ruins, perhaps out of reverence for dragons, or because they carried a trace of dragon blood themselves. The worst part was that to defeat it, all 3 heads had to be cut off at the same time. Otherwise, they would regenerate endlessly, making it impossible to kill. After hearing Frieren's explanation, the blonde young master looked confident. Cutting off 3 heads at once? That's nothing for me. Frieren glanced at him, stroked her chin thoughtfully, then said, "All right. You'll initiate the attack. Go ahead." Encouraged by Frieren's approval, Berg's fighting spirit surged. Without a moment of hesitation, he raised his staff, activated flight magic, and charged straight toward the 3-headed lizard, going face to face with it. Even Shane was stunned by this move. A mage, fighting in close combat. The fact that you've lived this long really is a miracle. Seeing Berg already rush in, Frieren calmly said, "All right, now I have a good idea." "What idea?" "You use the lightning sword to paralyze it. I'll take care of destroying all 3 heads at once." "No problem." "Good. Let's begin. Finish it as quickly as possible." Frieren summoned her staff, ready to act. "Wait, isn't that just normal coordination?" Shane frowned and asked, "Then what was the good idea you mentioned earlier?" Without turning her head, Frieren replied, "We strike while the young master draws its attention. So that's just using him as bait." Shane turned his head and glanced at the blonde young master, who was already face to face with the monster. Casting spells while flying made it difficult to maintain accuracy. It required long-term practice. And clearly, the young master hadn't trained properly. At this moment, he was being battered around by the monster's 3 heads, unable to find a good angle to attack. He could barely maintain his balance, spending most of his time dodging in a rather miserable state. But just as Frieren had planned, the monster's attention was completely focused on the buzzing young kid in the air, completely ignoring Shane at its feet and Frieren behind it. How should one put it? While it was a bit of dark humor for Berg, it was truly a brilliant tactic. Crackle. Shane activated Sprint Blue Rare and dashed behind the monster. Raising his sword, he brought it down with a burst of thunder and lightning onto the monster's hind leg. Buzz, buzz. The familiar sound of electricity rang out. The paralysis effect of electrocution Blue Rare activated. The monster's 3 long necks instantly stiffened, aligning its 3 heads in a straight line. Boom. Frieren's basic attacks fired a straight beam of light. 3 points, 1 line. The monster collapsed instantly. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. The smooth coordination left the blonde young master, still hovering in the air, completely stunned. That was amazing. So this is what team adventuring feels like. I love this feeling. Let's form a permanent party together. The dust-covered young master started spouting nonsense the moment he landed. Shane wondered if he even realized he had just been used as bait. But judging by his excitement, even if he knew, he'd probably be even more thrilled. Could he be a ****chist? Young master, so you are here. At that moment, the refined old butler who had been following Berg earlier arrived in front of them with a carriage. The moment Berg saw the butler, he immediately tried to hide. Shane looked at the suddenly deflated young master in confusion, faintly sensing some juicy gossip. "Young master, please return with us. The Duke has already learned of your attempt to form a party and explore the dungeon. He has sent a letter reprimanding you for it. The Duke has ordered that your enrollment in the Magic Academy, originally scheduled for a month later, be moved up to 3 days from now. Until then, you are confined." After the butler finished speaking, 2 beautiful, well-endowed maids stepped down from the carriage. One on each side, they grabbed Berg. Berg struggled and shouted, "I don't want to go to Magic Academy. I don't want school. I don't want to study." Unfortunately, no matter how much he wailed, the 2 maids didn't loosen their grip. Like lifting a chick, they carried him straight into the carriage. Watching all this unfold, Shane couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He had thought the maids just had impressive chests, but now it seemed their arm strength was impressive too. Even with the carriage doors closed, the violent shaking inside was enough to make anyone stare in surprise. Is school really that scary? Chapter 29, FAH Chapter 29, Night, a beautiful girl, drained dry. 1,135 words. After sending off the hot-tempered young master, Shane returned to the entrance of the temple cave and retrieved his large pile of scrap metal. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something odd. The passages leading left and right seemed different now. "I remember the entrance on the right was partially collapsed from the shock, and the left one was a dead end but intact. Why are they reversed now? Did the 2 paths grow legs and swap places?" Shane muttered in confusion but didn't dwell on it. Maybe he had just remembered wrong. Besides, Frieren had already adjusted the directions of the passages, so it should be fine. After leaving the temple, the 2 continued patrolling the remaining outer area. As they walked, they corrected the map. By the roadside, Shane discovered a kind of shy grass. At the slightest touch, its leaves would instantly fold shut. Frieren found it quite interesting and marked it on the map. Shane objected, arguing that maps for adventurers should only mark important information like resource points and danger warnings. Frieren, however, believed that adding some interesting details might make the journey less boring. The 2 held their own opinions. In the end, the one drawing the map had the final say. "Wait, is that a monster?" Shane, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. In the bushes not far ahead, several bird-like creatures as large as cows were strolling leisurely. They had bulky bodies covered in yellow and black feathers, resembling ostriches. Strangely, they had no wings, and their legs were thick and powerful, giving them an awkward appearance. They should be terror birds. Frieren added another note to the map and explained, "They're a type of large bird commonly found in southern mountain forests. They run very fast, but their cries are terrifying, which is why they're called terror birds. Don't worry, they're very gentle and never attack humans on their own." Shane let out a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't monsters, it was fine. He glanced at the sun setting in the distance, estimated the time, and suggested, "It's getting dark. There's a water source nearby. Let's camp by the forest edge tonight and head back tomorrow." The 2 chose a spot and set up camp. Frieren handled clearing the campsite, gathering firewood, and starting a fire, while Shane went to the river to catch fish for dinner. Spring river fish were at their fattest, full of roe. Shane walked along the riverbank, observing the fish as he went. After walking quite a distance, he finally found the 2 largest ones. He drew his sword and grinned. Electrocution was practically a divine tool for fishing. Crackle. Sizzle. The 2 fish instantly flipped belly up and floated stiffly to the surface. Shane scooped them up, scaled and gutted them on the spot, cleaned them thoroughly, then pulled a stalk of grass from the roadside, threaded it through the gills, and carried them back while humming a tune. Easy. Seeing him return so quickly with 2 large fish, Frieren showed a look of admiration. Shane imitated what he'd seen in movies, skewering the fish on a stick and planting it beside the fire. Night fell. Accompanied by the crackling of the flames, the aroma of grilled fish slowly spread. With gentlemanly grace, Shane picked the golden-brown fish that looked the most perfectly cooked and handed it to Frieren. Frieren accepted it, sniffed the aroma, and took a big bite. Then her expression froze, and she immediately spat it out. Shane frowned. "Even if it doesn't suit your taste, Don't waste it. As he spoke, he picked up his own fish and took a bite. His face instantly twisted. What kind of fish is this? Frieren calmly started eating bread. I don't think the problem is the fish. Shane was baffled. That shouldn't be right. Didn't novels always go like this? The aroma of grilled fish captivates a beautiful girl's taste buds, and the handsome adventurer is rewarded with a wonderful night. Where did it go wrong? For safety at night, Shane cast Goddess's barrier, protecting the entire campsite. By now, Frieren was already asleep on a blanket beside the fire. Shane sat on the other side of the fire and took out a small pouch of beans. He opened it, counted out 20 beans, and placed them neatly in front of him. This was preparation for attribute fusion. Since extracted attributes couldn't remain in a free-floating state for long, he used the beans as temporary storage mediums. Then, he sorted the pile of scrap metal. Those carrying grey attributes went into one pile, those with white attributes into another, and higher-grade ones into a separate group. Once everything was ready, he began working on the attributes. First, he extracted all the useless grey attributes, 12 in total, and fused them directly. Not bad. All succeeded, yielding 4 white ones. He glanced at them. All useless. He stored one in a bean for later and fused the other 3 again. What a pity, this time, the fusion failed, and they all shattered. Next, he moved on to extracting the white attributes. And so it continued. Different colored light particles flickered before him as he occasionally picked up a bean for temporary storage. Based on his experience, it was best to store only 1 attribute per bean. That made it easier to select and recombine them later, saving the effort of repeated extraction. Time passed bit by bit. Shane's mental energy was steadily drained. In the end, after exhausting most of the 20 beans and before completely draining his mental strength, he finally obtained 2 decent blue attributes. Occlumency Blue Rare closes one's mind to prevent others from peering in or influencing it. Resistance to mental magic is greatly increased. Spatial Expansion Blue Rare expands the internal capacity of an object without changing its appearance and reduces the weight of stored items. Maximum expansion limit, 50 times must be a sealed container. Shane didn't hesitate and immediately applied the first attribute to himself. Then he took out his backpack and applied the second attribute to it. In an instant, a flash of light passed over the ordinary leather backpack. Shane reached inside. He couldn't feel the bottom at all. He even tried sticking his head inside. With the firelight, he could see that the internal space had expanded enormously. It probably wouldn't be a problem to store an entire carriage inside. This will make traveling with luggage much easier. Aside from the newly fused high-grade attributes, Shane also deliberately kept 1 grey attribute. It was extremely rare and might be useful in the future. He rubbed a bean between his fingers. Faint grey text appeared on it. Osteoporosis Grey Inferior greatly reduces bone strength, increases brittleness, and makes fractures extremely likely. Chapter 30, FAH Chapter 30, Ambush. 1,333 words. Boom, boom, boom. 2 consecutive explosions rang out, and Shane immediately snapped his eyes open. He quickly scanned his surroundings. There were no suspicious figures nearby, and the barrier showed no signs of being damaged. It didn't seem like he was the one being attacked. He let out a small sigh of relief. Maybe it was just some other adventurers nearby causing a commotion. He rubbed his eyes and looked toward the other side of the campfire at Frieren. He froze for 5 seconds, then wiped his face and let out a long breath. Girl, that sleeping posture just shattered all my fantasies about elegant elf maidens. Taking advantage of the fact that Frieren hadn't woken up yet, Shane tidied himself up a bit and set off to catch some fish. He figured he must have picked the wrong ones last night. This time, he'd try smaller fish. Starting the morning with some fish soup didn't sound like a bad idea. Arriving at the riverbank, he scooped up some water and splashed his face. As he looked at his reflection on the surface, he suddenly stood up and looked toward the sky. Several bird-type magical beasts were flying from the forest in the direction of Goston City. At the same time, 2 plumes of thick smoke were faintly rising from that direction. Not good. Shane immediately ran back to wake Frieren. Frieren, wake up. Something's happening over at Goston City. Frieren was jolted awake, her hair sticking out wildly as if it had exploded. She opened her eyes groggily, looking like her body had woken up but her soul was still tucked in bed. There are a bunch of bird-type magical beasts flying toward Goston City. I also heard 2 explosions. I don't know if they came from the city gate. Hearing this, Frieren looked up at the sky. 2 distant bird-type magical beasts were still visible. Her expression turned serious. I remember when we entered the city, the guards mentioned there had been unidentified attacks recently. Now it seems likely that monsters or demons are behind it. We can't let them destroy the city. We need to go back and help. Shane wasn't surprised. He knew Frieren wouldn't stand by while humans were attacked by demons. He agreed with going back to help. But it'll take at least half a day to get back to Goston City from here. If you carry me, can your flight magic make it? Flight magic can only be maintained for about half an hour at most. If I carry you, it'll be even shorter. There's no way we can make it. And we can't overuse it either. Draining mana in advance would put us at a disadvantage if we run into powerful demons. Shane nodded. That raised the real question: how could they get back as quickly as possible? Frieren was thinking about it too. Her gaze passed over Shane and landed on a group of terror birds foraging in the bushes in the distance. A bold idea formed in her mind. Following her line of sight, Shane looked over and his face filled with horror as alarm bells rang in his head. No. Don't even think about it. That's impossible. I refuse. 15 minutes later, Shane clung tightly to the neck of a terror bird as it sprinted down the road. Frieren, if I fall to my death because of this, you're taking full responsibility. His furious shout was swallowed by the roaring wind. Frieren, riding her own terror bird with clear enjoyment, watched Shane zigzag wildly ahead of her and curled her lips into a faint smile. A journey that originally would have taken half a day was completed in just an hour thanks to the terror birds. Not far from the city gate, the 2 dismounted and proceeded on foot. The situation was far worse than they had imagined. A massive hole had been blasted into the city gate. Weapons were scattered around, and there were bloodstains on the ground. Not far from the gate, another breach had been blown into the wall. Half the city wall had collapsed. Shane guessed the 2 explosions he had heard earlier had come from here. As they stepped into the city, the district closest to the gate had been completely devastated. At a glance, Shane spotted the tailor shop they had once hidden in. The entire second floor had been shaved off, nearly reduced to rubble. The other buildings weren't in any better condition. Debris was everywhere, along with scattered fires. Fortunately, they didn't see any injured or dead civilians. Who goes there? Suddenly, 2 soldiers rushed out from the side, their spears pointed mercilessly at the 2 of them. Shane quickly raised the Adventurers Guild mission scroll. Don't misunderstand, we're adventurers returning to report our mission. What happened here? Do you need help? The 2 soldiers exchanged glances. One of them took the scroll and checked it, then nodded to the other. The city was attacked by demons. Injured civilians have already been evacuated to the city hall for shelter. You 2 should head there as well. All search and rescue operations are being handled by the guards. You don't need to worry. Please proceed to shelter as soon as possible. Where are the demons? Frieren asked. We don't know. After attacking the gate and causing chaos, they disappeared. General Glux suspects they've infiltrated the city during the confusion and is leading troops to search the entire area. Don't wander around, head to the city hall immediately. With that, the 2 soldiers didn't linger and continued going door to door, checking the damaged buildings to make sure no civilians had been left behind. Shane and Frieren exchanged a glance, both feeling a bad premonition. Demons were skilled at disguising themselves as humans. If they had already infiltrated and were mixed in among the crowd, that would be disastrous. Fortunately, the entrance to the city hall had magic capable of identifying demons. They had seen it before. In that case, General Glux directing civilians there wasn't just for their safety, it was also to narrow down the area and flush out the infiltrators more quickly. Boom. Just as they were thinking, Another explosion echoed from the northwest part of the city. Boom. Another explosion followed from the southwest. Boom. A third explosion came from the southeast. The continuous blasts proved that the demons had not been caught, they were still actively creating chaos. Frieren grabbed Shane and used flight magic to lift them into the air. From above, thick smoke billowed from the 3 locations, obscuring the details. However, they could still see large numbers of soldiers rushing along the streets toward those areas. The demons are deliberately creating chaos, they must have some kind of objective. Shane frowned as he speculated. Frieren nodded. They're causing disturbances in different directions to scatter people and pick them off one by one. It seems they have a clever commander. This level of effort isn't their usual style, there must be something here they desperately want. Frieren, let's check the northeast. The northeast. There hasn't been any explosion there. Why go there? Because of a diversion. Hearing those words, Frieren's expression grew serious. After a moment of thought, she agreed with Shane's judgment. Demons typically flaunted their strength without restraint, massacres and destruction carried out in the most dramatic way possible. But this time, they were sneaking around, hiding themselves, clearly avoiding direct confrontation. What were they afraid of? Afraid they couldn't win? Then they wouldn't have launched the attack in the first place. If they weren't afraid of losing, then there was only one possibility: they were afraid of being delayed, or interfered with. To avoid interference. That meant the place without any disturbances was their true destination. Frieren reached the same conclusion Shane had. At the same time, Shane recalled the adventurer's map he had seen earlier. There had been a blood-red skull marking on it that left a deep impression. The unconquered dungeon, the inverted land, was located in the northeast corner of the city. Chapter 31, FAH Chapter 31, Solitaire. 1099 words. Shane and Frieren rushed toward the northeastern corner of the city. Along the way, they saw numerous soldiers and priests running toward the 3 locations where the explosions had occurred. Shane's suspicions grew stronger. This was an obvious open scheme. Either they took the bait and split their forces, or they stood by and watched the civilians be slaughtered. Damn it! What exactly were these shameless demons trying to do? As they got closer to the dungeon marked on the map, Frieren suddenly stopped. Holding her staff, she took a combat stance. Shane's heart instantly leapt into his throat. Right in front of them was a collapsed pit sealed by a barrier. Standing before it was a young girl. She had long blue-green hair, pale green eyes, and a pair of small horns on her forehead. She wore a light yellow wrap dress with a red shawl draped over her shoulders, and a ruby pendant hung at her neck. Her figure was petite and slender, her face adorned with a gentle smile harmless at a glance. Solitaire. The name surfaced in Shane's mind, and cold sweat instantly formed in his palms. A murderer who had lived for who knows how long, cruel and cunning beyond measure. He tightened his grip on his sword, forcing himself not to tremble. Hearing movement behind her, the girl turned and smiled faintly at Shane and Frieren. "Oh my, you found me so quickly." Her voice was as sweet as a younger sister's, light and playful. If not for the demon horns on her head, Shane believed no one would feel any hostility toward her. Boom. Frieren didn't waste a word. She raised her hand and fired a precise magic blast. The girl smiled and dodged. Her movements were light, like a butterfly. "Oh dear, why so angry? Is it because I didn't say hello in advance? Then let's do it properly again. I am the great demon Solitaire. It's a pleasure to meet you, Frieren." Frieren didn't stop to let her finish speaking. Instead, her attacks continued relentlessly while Solitaire tried to chat. Unfortunately, every precise strike was deftly handled by the girl. Not a single effective hit landed. "I have no interest in who you are. Don't be so cold. Chat with me a little, won't you? I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time." Faced with her endless chatter, Frieren stopped responding. The magic in her hands grew even sharper. Their figures intertwined across the ground and sky, darting and weaving as flashes of magic surged one after another. Shane could only stare in a daze. This was his first time seeing Frieren fight at full strength. She was unbelievably strong. Ah, humans truly are such clever and adorable creatures. In such a short time, you've already mastered our demon's exclusive spell, flight magic. How surprising. It's truly surprising. And what magic is this? Ah, such precise mana control. The girl grew increasingly delighted, deliberately guiding Frieren to use more and more spells against her. Like a cat toying with a mouse. Watching from the side, Shane felt something was off. When Solitaire once again positioned herself with her back to the barrier and intentionally let Frieren nearly hit her, Shane finally realized, she's using Frieren. Boom. Another of Frieren's attacks struck the barrier. The barrier sealing the entrance to the inverted land rippled with magic, trembling as if on the verge of collapse. Frieren, don't hit the barrier, she's using you. Shane shouted. He didn't know what Solitaire's goal was, but anything the demons wanted could not be good. Sure enough, after his warning, Frieren paused her attacks. Solitaire looked disappointed. Why did you stop? Just a few more hits and that barrier would have shattered. What a pity. Then she turned to Shane and smiled. You've been watching quietly from the side, handsome boy. What's your name? How did you figure out my plan? Shane tightened his grip on his sword and refused to respond. The girl in front of him wasn't just talkative, she was a sinister demon who hid her intentions within her words. Talking was her tactic. Just like how she toyed with Frieren. Shane wouldn't fall for it. He carefully observed her movements, his entire body tense, ready to flee at any moment. Chem. Don't like chatting. The girl looked slightly disappointed, but soon her smile returned as her sweet voice continued. That's such a shame. I really enjoy talking with clever humans. At least let me hear your last words. Before her sentence even finished, a massive sword formed from magic shot toward Shane. Whoosh. Frieren's magic barrier unfolded in front of him. Crack. The terrifying magical greatsword pierced through the magic barrier without slowing, continuing straight toward Shane. Shane's eyes widened in shock. Driven by survival instinct, his body reacted on its own. He swung his sword to block. Bang! The magical blade was deflected, crashing into a nearby building. It carved a deep trench, slicing through everything in its path. Deflection field blue rare, summons a chaotic force field that blocks one long-range attack. This life-saving attribute saved Shane once again. Chem. That sword of yours. Interesting. Solitaire stared at Shane with growing interest. Frieren stepped beside him. After confirming he was unharmed, she began analyzing her defensive magic. She realized her opponent's attacks were now different from before. Shane also realized that up until now, the enemy had been acting all along. It seemed Solitaire cared greatly about what was inside the barrier. Frieren, I can create one opening for you, just once. Do you have the confidence to kill her in a single strike? Frieren glanced at Solitaire, her expression turning serious. Even if I'm not certain, I have to try. Shane nodded. Solitaire didn't interrupt their conversation. Instead, she watched with great interest for a few seconds before laughing happily. Oh, have you come up with some clever strategy? I do love the cooperation between human companions. It always brings me joy. So, what will it be this time? As she spoke, she looked at Shane with anticipation. I can feel your fear. But how strange, your face says you want to run, yet your eyes are filled with calculations. It's quite astonishing. So weak, yet struggling with everything you have. How fascinating. Shane ignored her rambling. He gave Frieren a look, and she immediately unleashed a fully charged destructive lightning, Judrajim spell. The continuous large-scale attacks left Solitaire no time for idle chatter, forcing her to defend at full strength. Seizing the opportunity, Shane hurled the sword in his hand. Chapter 32, FAH Chapter 32, Demon Sage and Human Sage. 1054 words. The seemingly unthreatening long sword landed limply at Solitaire's feet. She didn't even bother to defend against it. Flash bomb. Suddenly, a blazing white light erupted from the blade. Solitaire instinctively shut her eyes. Damn it. The instant she closed them, Centuries of combat experience and honed instinct screamed danger. How could she close her eyes in the middle of a fight? My opponent is Frieren. Boom. At the very moment her mind registered the mistake, Frieren's Zoltrak struck, fully charged. It struck her abdomen without mercy. If not for her ingrained vigilance, her body making a slight defensive response the moment her brain sensed danger, that blow would have killed her. Looking down at the deep gash torn across her waist, she quickly sealed the wound with mana to stop the bleeding. Her gaze swept the surroundings, searching for Shane. That human, weak at a glance, yet constantly interfering, needed to be dealt with first. That was her judgment. But he wasn't there. That human's presence had vanished at some unknown moment. Disappeared out of thin air? Impossible. At that moment, Shane hadn't disappeared at all. On the contrary, he had remained exactly where he was. The instant he threw the long sword, he activated Goddess's barrier, enclosing himself completely. Goddess's barrier creates a powerful protective barrier and conceals everything within it. Now curled inside the barrier shell, he looked thoroughly relieved. Being able to learn this spell, what incredible luck. The flash bomb attribute enchanted on the sword could create a single opening for Frieren, but only once. Without his weapon, Shane had no offensive capability left. All he could do now was hide inside the barrier and watch. Fortunately, Goddess's barrier lived up to its reputation. From Solita's puzzled expression, it was clear she hadn't detected him at all. Shane simply sat down on the ground. If he had snacks, he might have even started munching while watching. Frieren gave Solita no chance to recover. Taking advantage of the hit, she unleashed a relentless barrage of terrifying attacks. The battle had lasted only a few minutes. Yet the massive commotion had already drawn the attention of all the guards. From distant streets, figures began to appear one after another, crowds converging on the scene. General Glux, it's a demon. At the shout, a tall, imposing figure appeared at the edge of the street. He began directing large numbers of soldiers, forming a blockade across all nearby routes. Solita glanced around and immediately understood. Today's operation had failed. Without hesitation or attachment, she activated flight magic, shooting into the sky like a meteor and fleeing toward the outskirts. At the moment of her escape, countless massive magic swords were summoned, filling the entire sky. As she retreated, the swords rained down. Frieren raised a wide area defense magic, doing her best to shield the ordinary soldiers behind her. When the aftermath of the attack faded, Solita had completely vanished. Frieren did not pursue. If a demon wanted to escape, she couldn't catch it. Flight magic was an innate ability for demons. Human mags simply couldn't match a demon determined to flee. Besides, she glanced behind her, where the barrier at the entrance of the inverted land was already cracked with fissures. From within, a faint but familiar aura seeped out. The presence of the corrupt sage Quall. She immediately understood Solita's objective. There had to be something left behind by Quall within the dungeon, something extremely important to demons. Solita's final rain of swords had caused significant damage. Priests hurried to treat the wounded soldiers, while General Glux approached Frieren and Shane. I have learned of your deeds. Thank you for protecting Goston City. We will never forget this favor. As for the demon who escaped, we will continue tracking her. However, high-ranking demons are extremely skilled at concealment, so the outcome may not be optimistic. Shane nodded. Indeed. With Solita's strength rivaling Frieren's, ordinary soldiers had no chance of tracking her. Launching an active pursuit would be nearly impossible. On the contrary, since she hadn't obtained what she wanted this time, the likelihood of her returning was even higher. General Glux, may I ask about the sealed dungeon? Why has it attracted the attention of demons? This dungeon was exposed 2 years ago when the ground collapsed. It has yet to be cleared, and we know very little about it. The general paused, then added, however, based on historical records in the Great Library of Goston City, it may be related to a sage from the era of the Unified Empire. According to the records, that sage once served in the imperial court before returning to Goston City. Later, due to rumors of dealings with demons, he was exiled by the nobility and disappeared. Unified Empire era. Court service. Sage. These keywords immediately made Shane think of the mad sage Charles. Meanwhile, Frieren focused on something else. Dealings with demons. Was it the corrupt sage Quall? The general shook his head. The records were vague, and too much time had passed to verify anything. Shane glanced at Frieren's expression and knew she wanted to investigate the dungeon personally. The corrupt sage Quall had been one of the most formidable opponents they encountered when subjugating the Demon King. He had created Zoltrak, which posed a deadly threat to mags at the time. The basic attacks magic Frieren used now was an evolved form derived from analyzing that very magic. Back then, the hero's party couldn't defeat Quall and had to seal him instead. It had been over 70 years since. If Quall had left behind other powerful magic, and the demons obtained it, the consequences would be disastrous. With that in mind, whether it was to find clues about the mad sage Charles or to locate Quall's remaining magic, they had to explore this dungeon. General, since this dungeon has drawn the attention of demons, leaving it alone will only invite them to return. It would be better to clear it, uncover what they're after, and eliminate their interest completely to prevent future attacks on the city, Shane said. You're right. However, our previous attempts resulted in heavy casualties. We currently lack the manpower to form another expedition team. Even if we restart the operation, it will take time. In that case, why not let Frieren and me give it a try? Chapter 33, FAH Chapter 33, Inverting Miracles. 1076 words. After obtaining approval, the City Hall and the Adventurers Guild provided Shane and the others with extremely reliable supplies. Even the expensive equipment he could never afford before was now free to pick at will. Honestly thoughtful. Of course, Shane wasn't the kind of person to exploit things to the extreme. So he only took 10 standard longswords, 10 shoulder guards, 10 chest armors, 10 leg armors, 10 wrist guards, 10 pairs of small sheepskin boots, 10 kunai and shuriken, 10 refined iron marbles, 10 sets of tailored clothes, 10 sets of bedding with varying thickness, plus some tea sets, cookware, tableware, and stationery. Frieren was completely stunned. All right. Shane patted his half-filled backpack with satisfaction. Gotta leave half the space empty. I still need to scavenge for junk in the dungeon. With everything ready, the two officially entered the dungeon. The moment he stepped inside, Shane understood why this dungeon instance was called the Inverted Land. They had entered another Goston city. He glanced back. Like a reflection on water, the dungeon was a mirror of the real world. The difference was outside it was day, here it was night. And there were no residents. A faint breeze swept through the empty streets. The entire city was silent. Shane edged a little closer to Frieren. The eerie sense of a ghost town made him think of too many unpleasant scenes. The two slowly walked along the streets, trying to find some useful clues. After several blocks, they found nothing. No traps. No monsters. It seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary empty city. But Shane knew better. A high-risk dungeon that could swallow entire adventurer parties couldn't possibly be this simple. If it looked ordinary on the surface, then something inside had to be anything but. Frieren, give it a shot. Question mark. I mean, try destroying the surrounding buildings. Make some noise, see if we can draw something out. Boom. A massive beam of magic shot across the street, instantly flattening a row of houses in front of them. The explosion echoed loudly through the empty city, jarringly out of place. They stood there and waited for a while. Nothing happened. Let's go. Try somewhere else. Shane turned around and nearly exploded on the spot. A figure had appeared behind them without warning. Tall and imposing, with a pair of curved goat horns. Dark grey skin etched with strange black patterns. Beneath thick white fur, a face twisted like a demon, full of fangs, terrifying to behold. It was the corrupted sage Quall. Frieren hadn't sensed anything behind her. By the time the target appeared, it was already too late to react. Quall grinned viciously as he looked at Shane and Frieren. 2 more test subjects. With a snap of his fingers, magic activated instantly, dragging both of them into darkness. Come, Try my new invention, magic that inverts miracles. Unlike miracle magic that brings people into paradise, this one lets them taste the deepest fear in their hearts. Let me see how you tremble. Beep. 15 minutes remaining until the end of the exam. Shane woke up to the sound. Groggy, he opened his eyes and found himself sitting in a classroom. On the blackboard in front of him was a line of large text, Examination Room Number 35, College Entrance Exam Mathematics National Paper, 15 to 5 p.m. What? He looked down and saw a pristine test paper on his desk. Not a single word written, and a large patch of drool staining it. In an instant, it felt like he couldn't breathe. I fell asleep during the college entrance exam. Everything before was just a dream. No. 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 This is the dream. Wake up. Slap. Shane used all his strength to slap himself. The blow was so hard his face swelled immediately, his ears ringing. Fire surrounded her. Yet Frieren felt her body growing cold. The village she had grown up in was destroyed. Everywhere she looked, there were ruins. The demon general before her was laughing wildly, holding the severed limbs of her companions. She wanted to stand and continue fighting, but her magic was completely drained. She couldn't even move a finger. Was this how she would die? A low chuckle echoed ahead. The demon general turned into the demon king, stepping forward through the sticky blood on the ground, gripping her throat. Overestimating yourselves. Frieren looked at the corpses of her companions at her feet and said nothing. Yes, they had overestimated themselves. They lost to the demon king. Humanity had lost hope once again. She should have stayed in the forest. This outcome was only fitting. Then, Flam's voice sounded behind her. She asked, "Demons cannot understand humans." Then Frieren, as an elf, "Do you understand human emotions?" The question was like a stone dropped into deep water, sending ripples outward. In an instant, Flam's smiling face transformed into countless others. The grandmother who took care of her in the elf village. The old man who invited her for a ride by the roadside. The child who gave her flowers. Himmel, who praised her magic. Heiter, who liked patting her head. Eisen, who was just as indifferent as her. So many faces. They aged, died, disappeared until finally all froze into a single blank face. Empty. Hollow. A surge of indescribable guilt and self-reproach rose within Frieren. Flam. In the end, I still learned nothing. Boom. A light as bright as day pierced through the darkness in her vision. In an instant, it shattered everything around her. Shane's voice rang in her ears. Frieren, straight ahead. Her vision was completely white. She couldn't see anything, but she didn't hesitate. Raising her staff, she fired a spell straight forward. Crack. Something shattered. At the same time, Quall's hoarse roar echoed, "Impossible. How could the experiment fail?" No. At that moment, Shane activated Sprint and appeared in front of Frieren. In a single instant, he pulled her into the goddess's barrier. Seeing that she was safe, he finally let out a breath of relief. Thanks to the strong resistance of occlumency against mental magic, he had awakened shortly after falling into the illusion. But no matter how he called her, she didn't respond. That had terrified him. There was no way he could fight demons alone. Fortunately, electrocution and flashbangs came through again. Seeing Frieren had recovered, he glanced at the situation outside the barrier and asked seriously, "Frieren, can you handle 9 calls?" Chapter 34, FAH Chapter 34, 9 calls. 1089 words. On the street outside the barrier, 9 calls wandered aimlessly. 9, not an approximation, but an exact count. After I shocked you awake, woke you up, I threw out my longsword to create a flash. That precise magic attack of yours already killed 1. Otherwise, we'd be facing 10 right now. After hearing Shane's explanation of the situation, Frieren realized things had become troublesome. She glanced at the 9 calls roaming the surrounding streets, constantly searching for their traces, and fell into thought. When I killed 1 just now, I heard something like glass shattering. Glass. They should all be puppet clones. At the mention of clones, Shane immediately thought of the first-class mage exam location, the ruined King's Tomb, where Frieren and the others had encountered the water mirror demon, a creature capable of creating perfect copies. Those replicas could flawlessly reproduce the original's abilities and combat skills. If these puppet clones here could do the same, then it meant these quals might also possess strength from over 70 years ago. In that case, with Frieren's current strength, defeating them shouldn't be a problem. The only concern was how to prevent her from being surrounded and overwhelmed. Suddenly, he recalled a term he often used while gaming kiting. "Frieren, have you ever played Eagle Catches Chicks?" Shane asked. "Huh. It's a game human children love. One person plays the mother hen at the front, leading a line of chicks behind her as they run around. The eagle waits for the right moment to grab the last chick in line, one by one, until they're all caught. Lure and isolate. Not a bad idea." As expected of her, she understood immediately. Soon, the two observed and mapped out the positions of all 9 quals, using the layout of the streets and city to plan their kiting route. Based on the marked positions, Shane devised the most efficient pulling path, just like a main tank drawing aggro in a game. "All right. We'll follow the numbering and start by killing number 1. He took out the new equipment he had obtained before entering the dungeon. 10 kunai shuriken. 10 refined iron pellets. Using these ranged weapons for harassment, combined with Goddess's barrier, he estimated a 50% success rate. They began to act according to plan. Frieren first suppressed her mana completely, not letting even a trace leak out. She stayed in place, waiting for the right moment. Shane put away Goddess's barrier, stepped out of the house, and slowly circled to the street corner. Ahead of him was one of them, qual number 9, searching for intruders. To be honest, as a famous great demon under the Demon King's army and the strongest magic user among demons, qual's combat power was unquestionable. Even Frieren, an elf mage who had lived for over 1,000 years, admitted that in terms of magical mastery, qual might even surpass her. Facing such a powerful enemy, Shane was like an ant before a human. The reason he dared to act as the one pulling aggro wasn't blind arrogance, it came from Frieren's earlier diagnosis. When he had first tried meditating and failed to sense any mana flow, Frieren had stated that he had absolutely no mana. None at all. In this world, mags relied heavily on mana detection. Especially in combat, skilled or mana-rich mags kept mana detection active at all times, gradually forming the habit of perceiving the world through mana. For monsters like demons, who had lived for centuries or even millennia, that habit was even more ingrained. A human with 0 mana probably didn't even register in their perception. Shane thought to himself. Sure enough, he reached his designated position without any obstruction, not even needing his backup escape plan. Lying flat on a rooftop, he took out a kunai from his pocket and aimed at qual number 9 below. It was time for them to pay for their arrogance. Whoosh! The kunai flew out. At the same time, Shane activated Goddess's barrier to conceal himself. Qual number 9 was struck. He immediately realized an enemy was nearby, let out a roar, and began searching the area. His roar alerted the other 8 quals, who started moving toward his location. Among them, qual number 1, due to his position, lagged behind the main group exactly as planned, falling into Frieren's attack range. Bang! A magic beam shot out without hesitation. Short, compressed magic, like a bullet, struck qual number 1 squarely in the head. His grotesque skull melted instantly, vanishing in a single blow. Shane silently praised the shot. Because of the distance, the remaining quals didn't even realize what had happened. They only saw their companion die. Naturally, they failed to detect the hidden Frieren. Shane quietly moved to another direction, beginning the hunt for qual number 2. After more than 3 hours of guerrilla warfare, all 9 quals had been assassinated. Looking at the single iron pellet left in his hand, Shane let out a long sigh of relief. If they hadn't finished them off, he would have run out of ranged weapons. Frieren looked at him and smiled faintly. "Shane, you did very well." That expression of gentle approval made Shane feel like he was looking at his grandmother praising her grandson. That feeling was not good. Don't randomly upgrade your seniority like that, young lady. At that moment, the entire Goston city suddenly began to collapse, breaking apart like shattered glass and raining down. Shane reacted instantly, lunging toward Frieren and deploying Goddess's barrier around them. Boom, boom, boom. The entire city shattered. Dust filled the air. Fragments littered the ground. When the collapse finally stopped, Shane saw something that shocked him. They had returned to a place they had seen before. A crude cave. A stone chamber of a few dozen square meters. A simple wooden bed. An empty bookshelf. A desk with a feather pen resting on it. Everything was covered in dust, clearly untouched for a long time. The exact same layout. The room of the mad sage, Charles. However, this time, the diary was gone. In its place was a torn page from an unknown book. He focused his mind, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. A page from the notebook of Sage Uig. Status: incomplete. Attribute: numerical mirroring. Purple epic. Perfectly replicates the opponent's physical stats during combat. Let your opponent take a look in the mirror. Evaluation: a magical formula derived from research on the water mirror demon. At this experimental stage, it can only achieve numerical replication. Chapter 35, FAH. Chapter 35, Numerical Mirroring. 1132 words. Numerical mirroring. Purple epic. Perfectly replicates the opponent's physical stats during battle. Let your opponent take a look in the mirror. The moment he read that line, Shane finally understood where the 1 to 9 qual had come from. So the demon sage had actually been serving as a test assistant for the human sage. Seriously? He stepped forward, picked up the torn page, and examined it closely. This fragment was clearly different from ordinary paper. At certain angles, faint patterns formed by magical symbols could be seen embedded within it. Shane guessed these hidden magical patterns were the reason the page had not decayed for 1,000 years. Some kind of preservation magic, perhaps? Frieren also walked over. When she saw the page in his hand, her eyes lit up. But when she realized there was only a single page, her expression dimmed slightly. This is a fragment from the diary of Sage Uig. It should be genuine. This kind of treated paper was commonly used by great sages skilled in alchemy. Many books passed down from before the unified empire used this special material. Shane nodded. It matched his earlier guess. I've heard Flam mention Sage Uig many times. He was said to be a great sage of the mythical era, the very first sage. He created many powerful magical tools and invented numerous spells unique to humans. I think research into mental magic began with him as well. She paused, then sighed. Too bad it's only a fragment. The content is incomplete, making it extremely difficult to analyze. Its research value is quite limited. On that point, Shane disagreed. It might seem useless to others, but he knew the true value of the affix numerical mirroring written on that page. Even though it was still in the experimental stage and could only copy physical stats, it was already ridiculously powerful. Just imagine if he fought Frieren, wouldn't he instantly gain magic power comparable to that old monster? And if he fought Aura the Guillotine, even the scales would probably be confused. Of course, battle outcomes weren't determined by stats alone. Magic types, combat experience, and tactical choices could all be decisive factors. And then there were additional equipment attributes. Still, stats were a man's romance. And he loved it. Wait. Shane frowned, suddenly realizing something unpleasant. If it copied stats against strong opponents, then it would also copy stats against weak ones. So what if he fought a slime? That's bad. This was a mechanic-based affix. Does that mean I'd be evenly matched with Frieren, and also evenly matched with a blob of slime? Because the fragment was so special, Shane didn't immediately extract the affix. Instead, he stored it in his inventory. He planned to copy it down first as a backup before extracting it. After all, he still needed to compare it with the diary of Sage Uig in Hyta's possession. The mirrored Goston city had now shattered into countless glass-like fragments. What lay exposed beneath was a dark underground cavern. Leaving the bedroom of Mad Sage Charles, Shane and Frieren entered the outer laboratory. The floor was littered with debris, broken weapons, scattered arrows, and fragments of damaged armor. Among the pile, Shane found several emblems bearing the City Hall insignia. He picked them up one by one and stored them carefully. These were probably the markers worn by the fallen advance team. At the very least, bringing them back would allow their families and friends to pray for them and give them a proper burial. As for the rest of the broken equipment, following the principle of not wasting anything, he swept it all into his inventory. More affixes to farm. Shane. Frieren's voice came from ahead. After finishing up, he walked over and was immediately stunned by the sight before him. In the vast underground cavern, more than a dozen treasure chests were arranged in neat rows. Frieren's eyes gleamed with excitement. This mana. I can feel it. There are over a dozen grimoires. Shane swallowed and whispered, "Hey, Frieren, maybe we should use treasure chest identification magic first, just to be safe." But Frieren was already crouching in front of the nearest chest, completely unmoved. One look at her posture, and Shane knew she had definitely already checked. She just didn't believe it. Sure enough, in the next moment, Frieren placed her hand on the lid. "Shane, that spell only has a 99% accuracy rate. It's not a reliable spell. Throughout history, the greatest mags made their discoveries by seizing that remaining 1% possibility. And besides," she smiled, her hand firmly on the lid, her tone certain, "based on my years of dungeon exploration, there must be a grimoire inside this. Wait." Click. Before Shane could finish, Frieren lifted the lid. A massive tongue shot out in an instant snap. It wrapped around her and dragged her straight into the chest. Clack clack. The mimic began chewing loudly. Shane froze on the spot. As expected, a moment later, Frieren's screams echoed through the cavern. "It's so dark, so scary." Her upper body was trapped inside the mimic's jaws, leaving only her hips and legs sticking out, kicking wildly but unable to escape. Her muffled cries reverberated endlessly. Shane's mouth twitched. How should he even describe his current feelings? After an entire night of chaos, the two finally left the underground cavern. Frieren was wrapped in a blanket, completely drenched, trailing behind Shane with an unsatisfied look on her face. Shane, meanwhile, rubbed his aching lower back, utterly exhausted. No. Seriously, this was too much. One Frieren versus more than a dozen mimics, this dungeon was straight up hell difficulty. Heroes. The moment they exited the dungeon, General Glux, who had been waiting outside, rushed over. He looked them up and down, genuine relief written all over his face. "Thank goodness you've returned safely." He immediately ordered the priests behind him to step forward and begin diagnosis and treatment for both of them. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of the general, Shane felt a bit moved. Had this city's commander really been standing here the entire time since they entered the dungeon? "I've already prepared food and rooms for you. Get some rest first. As for the follow-up operations, I'll hand them over to the city hall. General, we've already cleared the dungeon." "What?" Glux was stunned. He had assumed they would at most bring back useful information, but they had cleared it entirely. He could hardly believe it. Shane took out the emblems from his inventory and handed them over. "We also found these inside. Hopefully, they'll be of use. These are..." Glux froze. His hands trembled as he accepted the emblems, holding them carefully. He remained silent for a long moment. "Thank you. Goston City will never forget what you've done. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.